In this podcast episode, we discuss the rise and the fall of the Persian Empire. So here's the thing about empires. Most of them rise because someone decides to conquer their neighbors. Right. A king or a general gets ambitious, gathers an army, and starts taking land. But the Persian Empire, the one that would eventually stretch from the Indus Valley all the way to the Mediterranean and north into Central Asia, that wasn't built just on military might alone. It was built on something almost revolutionary for its time: organization, administration, strategy. A genuine ability to rule over dozens of different peoples, speaking different languages, worshipping different gods, and somehow making them all feel like they were part of something bigger than themselves. It's a story that starts small, with a people living on the Iranian plateau who nobody had particularly heard of, and ends with the largest empire the ancient world had ever seen. An empire so vast and so well organized that it would stand as a model for how civilizations could govern diversity. So let's go back to where it all began, to a time before Cyrus the Great, before the great conquests, before any of this empire building mattered. Let's look at ancient Iran and the world that would soon be transformed by the rise of a man and a people who understood that force alone could conquer land, but that administration and respect could build an empire. The Iranian plateau in the early first millennium BCE was a vast mountainous region punctuated by high valleys and difficult terrain. This wasn't the kind of place that naturally bred world conquerors. The landscape was harsh. Winters were brutal. The people who lived here, scattered across different regions and organized into various tribes and kingdoms, weren't unified, and most of them weren't particularly powerful by the standards of the ancient world. The geography itself was a barrier to unity. The Zagros Mountains cut across the landscape. Deserts separated populations. Rivers flooded unpredictably. Trade between distant regions meant long, dangerous journeys through terrain that tested the limit of what humans could endure. Yet this very difficulty meant that those who could master the plateau, who could bind together its scattered peoples, would possess something formidable. They would understand how to survive in extreme conditions. They would have developed the skills necessary to move armies across impossible terrain. The dominant force in the region was the Median Empire, centered in northwestern Iran, in what's now Azerbaijan and parts of Iraq. The Medes had built a confederation or kingdom of considerable power. They controlled trade routes. They had organized government structures. They commanded respect in the ancient Near East. When the Neo-Assyrian Empire, which had dominated the region, began to collapse in the late 7th century BCE, it was the Medes who filled the vacuum. They expanded their influence westward and southward, establishing themselves as the major power in the region. The Median system of governance, from what we can reconstruct, involved a hierarchical structure with a king at the top and various nobles and officials below him. The Medes had organized their territory into provinces, each with its own governor or administrator responsible to the king. They had developed a military capable of projecting power across considerable distances. They had established systems of taxation and tribute collection that allowed them to maintain their vast realm. They had even begun to develop a form of administration that anticipated, in some ways, what the Persians would later refine and improve upon. The Median achievement should not be underestimated. They had created the first great empire of the Iranian plateau. The Persians, by contrast, were a people living further south and east in the region that would become Fars province. They were Indo-Iranian in origin, part of the same broader linguistic and cultural family as the Medes, but they were generally subordinate to Median authority. The Persians were organized into various tribal groups, with local chiefs or kings ruling over their respective territories. Some of these Persian rulers appear to have paid tribute to the Median king. Others may have been entirely independent, maintaining their own territories without formal submission. The situation was likely fluid and varied from region to region, with some Persian groups more closely tied to Median overlordship than others. The structure of early Persian society was tribal, but hierarchical. There were nobles who controlled land and commanded followers. There were priests who performed religious ceremonies and maintained traditions, likely already practitioners of what we would recognize as early Zoroastrianism. There were warriors and craftspeople and farmers. It was in many ways a typical pastoral society for the region, though with elements of settled agriculture as well. The wealth of the Persian people lay largely in livestock, particularly horses, which would later become the basis of their military superiority. The exact political situation among the various Persian tribes in the 7th and early 6th centuries BCE is not entirely clear from the sources we have. The classical Greek historian Herodotus, writing much later, provides accounts of Cyrus's rise to power that are sometimes legendary in quality. But what we can say with confidence is that the Persians were becoming increasingly important and increasingly organized. They were establishing themselves as a force to be reckoned with on the Iranian plateau. And they were living in proximity to and under the general overlordship of the Median Empire, an arrangement that would not last. Cyrus the Great, the man who would found the Persian Empire and transform the known world, was born sometime in the mid-6th century BCE. The exact date is uncertain, but most scholars place his birth around 590 or 580 BCE, during the reign of the Median king Astyages. According to Herodotus, Cyrus's father was Cambyses, described as a Persian of noble birth but not of royal status. His mother was supposedly the daughter of Astyages, the Median king, though this detail is almost certainly legendary, designed to justify his later conquest of Media by giving him a blood connection to the Median throne. The birth narratives that Herodotus provides are deeply mythological. He tells us that Astyages, fearing a prophecy that a child born of his bloodline would overthrow him, ordered the infant Cyrus to be killed. But the child was supposedly rescued and raised in secret by shepherds, growing up far from the court. Only years later did Cyrus discover his true identity and return to claim his place. The story is reminiscent of other foundational narratives from the ancient Near East. Moses was placed in a basket on the water. Sargon of Akkad, centuries earlier, was raised by a gardener after being abandoned. These narratives served a purpose. They explained how an outsider could become a ruler. They suggested divine intervention, the idea that the gods themselves had ordained this person for greatness. These stories echo similar tales told about other ancient Near Eastern figures. They're the stuff of legend and political narrative, designed to make Cyrus seem destined for greatness, chosen by the gods themselves to rule. But beneath the mythology, we can trace some historical reality. Cyrus emerged from the Persian people, from the noble class certainly, and he possessed extraordinary abilities as both a military commander and a political organizer. Whether he was the grandson of the Median king or simply a capable Persian noble who took advantage of circumstances, we cannot say with certainty. What we do know is that he rose to prominence among the Persian tribes and began to think on a grander scale than local tribal leadership would suggest. He was not content with being a subordinate Persian chief, paying tribute to Media. He saw opportunity, he saw potential, and he began to gather followers and consolidate power among the Persian people, all while the Median Empire seemed stable and secure on the surface. The timing of Cyrus's rise matters. The Median Empire had endured for about a century, and it was a formidable structure. But by the mid-6th century, there may have been tensions and instabilities within it. Perhaps there were disputes between different Median nobles about succession or policy. Perhaps the system of tribute and taxation was becoming burdensome to some of the subject peoples. Perhaps the military was stretched thin, trying to maintain control over vast territories. The exact nature of these internal problems is not entirely clear to us, but Herodotus suggests that the Median king in Cyrus's time was Astyages, and that his reign was troubled. Whether this is accurate or not, what is clear is that the Median system, while powerful, was not invulnerable, and Cyrus was the kind of leader who could exploit vulnerability. He was a military genius, certainly. His campaigns would demonstrate a tactical brilliance and an understanding of logistics that would make him famous throughout the ancient world. But he was also something more. He understood that empire required more than conquest. It required the ability to govern diverse peoples. It required some kind of legitimacy beyond simply being the strongest warrior. He understood that you could hold territory with force, but you could hold civilization only with consent, and he was willing to learn from the systems around him, to adapt, to innovate. As a young man, he would have observed the Median structure of governance, the way they administered their empire, the way they collected taxes and maintained order. He would have watched how the Medes managed to keep control over diverse peoples across a vast territory. He would have learned from this, absorbing lessons about what worked and what didn't. And when his moment came, he would use these lessons to build something far greater than anything the Medes had created. The fall of the Median Empire and the rise of Cyrus the Great happened relatively quickly, probably over the course of a few years in the middle of the 6th century BCE. The exact chronology is uncertain, but most scholars place the critical events around 553 or 550 BCE. According to Herodotus, the conflict began when Cyrus rebelled against Median authority, refusing to acknowledge the Median king Astyages as his overlord. This was not a minor revolt by a peripheral figure. This was a direct challenge to the fundamental structure of power on the Iranian plateau. This sparked a war. The two sides clashed in what Herodotus describes as a climactic battle. The account is dramatic, and like many Herodotian accounts, it mixes verifiable fact with legendary embellishment. The Median general Harper, Gus, commanding the Median forces, allegedly defected to Cyrus with his entire army, switching sides mid-battle. Whether this actually happened is impossible to verify. Perhaps Harpagus did defect. Perhaps he was defeated, but then came to terms with the new order. Perhaps the whole story is a legendary elaboration of political realities that were far more complex. But the result was clear, regardless of the exact details. Cyrus's forces defeated the Median army. Astyages either died in the battle or was captured afterward. The Median capital of Ecbatana, a major city and center of power, fell under Cyrus's control. This was not merely a military victory. It was a transformation of the entire power structure of the known world. In the aftermath, Cyrus consolidated his power quickly and with remarkable political acumen. He did something that was almost revolutionary for the ancient world. Rather than simply destroying the Median system and replacing it with something entirely Persian, he absorbed it. The Median administrative structures, the Median methods of governance, the Median nobility, all of these were incorporated into the new Persian-dominated system. Officials who had served the Median king could continue in their positions if they now served Cyrus. Cities that had been Median cities became Persian cities, but they maintained their existing governance structures, their temples, their customs. In many ways, what Cyrus created was not so much a replacement of the Median Empire as a transformation of it. Persians took the highest positions, certainly. Cyrus himself became the supreme ruler, the king of kings, the highest authority in the land. But Medes continued to hold significant positions in government and society. Median nobles were incorporated into the Persian court. Median officials continued to administer their territories. This was an early glimpse of what would become a fundamental principle of the Persian Empire. You could conquer a people, and then govern them by destroying their institutions and replacing them with your own, which is what most ancient empires did. Or you coup, LD, conquer a people, and then govern them by co-opting their institutions and their elites, giving them a stake in the system, making them partners rather than merely subjects. Cyrus chose the second path. It was a pragmatic choice, certainly. It was easier to govern with existing administrators who knew how to run things. But it was also more than pragmatism. It reflected a vision of what an empire could be, not a foreign power dominating subject peoples, but a unified system in which various peoples work together under a common authority. It would prove to be genius. The immediate aftermath of the Median conquest established Cyrus's power on the Iranian plateau and gave him a base from which to expand. The Median Empire had been considerable. It had controlled territory stretching across much of what is now Iran, Iraq, Turkey, and beyond. It had controlled resources including agricultural land, minerals, and access to important trade routes. It had established administrative systems that, while not as sophisticated as what the Persians would later develop, were nonetheless effective. All of this now came under Cyrus's control. He had also acquired a large pool of experienced administrators, military officers, and officials from the Median system. These men, if they agreed to serve the new Persian overlord, could help him expand his power further. And most of them did agree. The transition was remarkably smooth, which suggests that Cyrus did indeed govern in a way that preserved their interests and their position. By around 550 BCE or shortly thereafter, Cyrus had established himself as the dominant force in Iran. But the world was not confined to Iran. To the west lay the wealthy kingdoms of Anatolia and Mesopotamia. To the south lay Egypt. And Cyrus, having consolidated his power at home, now turned his eyes outward. He was not content to rule Iran alone. He wanted to build something unprecedented, an empire that would encompass multiple great civilizations and multiple ethnic groups, an empire that would transform the entire known world. And his first target was the kingdom of Lydia. Lydia was one of the great powers of the ancient world in the mid-6th century BCE. It lay in what is now Western Turkey, controlling the rich territories of Anatolia and the trade routes that ran through them. The Lydian kingdom had developed sophisticated urban centers with strong fortifications. They had organized trade networks that connected the Mediterranean world with the interior of Asia Minor. They had developed a military tradition and had fortified their borders against external threats. The Lydian king was Croesus, who reigned from approximately 560 to 546 BCE. Croesus was famous throughout the ancient world for his wealth. In fact, the very phrase we use today, rich as Croesus, comes from his legendary riches. He had gold. He had access to trade goods from across the known world. He had controlled the sources of important materials like metals and textiles. He had a sophisticated kingdom with major cities like Sardis, with craftspeople, merchants, and soldiers. He was a figure of considerable prestige, and he was accustomed to being treated as an equal by the great powers of the world. According to Herodotus, Croesus even consulted Greek oracles about whether he should fight Cyrus, a sign that he was integrated into the broader Mediterranean cultural sphere. The clash between Lydia and Persia was not inevitable, but it became so when Cyrus began expanding westward into Anatolia and threatened Lydian control of the region. The Greeks, who had colonies and cities along the Anatolian coast, may have encouraged Croesus to stand against Persian expansion. There were, certainly Greeks, who feared what Persian dominance might mean for their independence and their trade. But from the Persian perspective, Lydia was an obvious target. It was wealthy, organized, and it lay directly in the path of westward expansion. To leave Lydia unconquered would have left a powerful rival on the western border, and would have blocked Persian access to the Mediterranean world. In around 546 BCE, war broke out. The conflict was not long, though it involved multiple battles and sieges. Cyrus's forces, seasoned by the conquest of Media and organized into a formidable military machine, met Croesus's army in battle. The exact location of this clash is uncertain, but it took place somewhere in Anatolia, probably not far from Sardis itself. The Lydian forces fought hard, but they were defeated. They were forced to retreat toward their capital. Cyrus then besieged Sardis itself. The siege lasted for a considerable time, but eventually the city fell. Croesus himself was captured. Whether he died in captivity or was later released is a matter of some dispute. Herodotus suggests he was spared and became an advisor to Cyrus, a story that may contain some truth or may be entirely legendary. What is certain is that Lydia fell under Persian control. The conquest was significant for several reasons. First, it demonstrated that Persian military power extended far beyond Iran. Persian forces could project power across significant distances, cross mountains, and siege fortified cities. Second, it brought Cyrus control of Anatolia and the trade routes that ran through it, along with the wealth they generated. The resources of Anatolia, including its metals, timber, and agricultural products, now flowed into the Persian treasury. Third, and perhaps most importantly, it put Cyrus on a collision course with the Greek world. The Greek cities of the Anatolian coast, which had previously been independent or under Lydian influence, now found themselves subject to Persian authority. This would create tensions that would simmer for decades and eventually lead to major conflicts. But in the immediate term, the Lydian conquest was a triumph. It demonstrated Cyrus's ability to project power far from his home base. It showed that he could defeat established powers with large armies and resources, and it established the pattern that would characterize his future conquests. He would defeat the enemy militarily through superior tactics and organization. He would then incorporate their system into the growing Persian whole. He would secure the loyalty of local elites by offering them a place in the new order, and he would move on to his next target. By around 545 BCE, Cyrus controlled not just Iran, but the vast territories of Anatolia as well. His domains stretched from the Iranian plateau all the way to the Mediterranean coast. To the south and west lay Mesopotamia, an ancient and wealthy region that had been the seat of great civilizations including Sumer, Akkad, and Babylon. It was the obvious next target, and Cyrus would not delay in moving against it. The Babylonian Empire in the mid-6th century BCE was in decline, though it was still considerable in terms of territory and resources. Babylon itself remained one of the great cities of the world, with massive walls, temples, and palaces. The empire controlled Mesopotamia and could still project power into the surrounding regions. But it was ruled by King Nabonidus, who had taken the throne around 556 BCE, and Nabonidus was an unusual ruler in ways that undermined the stability of his kingdom. Nabonidus was pious, but his piety was directed toward the moon god Sin, rather than the traditional chief god Marduk. He spent much of his reign away from Babylon itself, conducting military campaigns and building activities in other parts of his territory, particularly in Arabia. This left Babylon's government largely in the hands of his son, Belshazzar, who served as regent. The priesthood of Marduk was unhappy with this arrangement. Nabonidus had essentially sidelined the god who had been the patron of Babylon since ancient times. The people were restless, the priesthood was resentful. Whether due to this unusual arrangement or to broader economic and political problems, Babylon was not in the best of shape when Cyrus turned his attention to it. Cyrus began his invasion of Mesopotamia around 539 BCE. He did not attack immediately, but rather moved methodically. He moved his army south from Anatolia, through Syria, and toward Babylon. The campaign was not particularly difficult militarily. The Babylonian forces were routed, or, in some cases, seem not to have put up much resistance. There may have been desertions or rebellions within the Babylonian forces themselves, soldiers who were unhappy with Nabonidus and unwilling to fight for him. The capital city of Babylon was heavily fortified, but Cyrus did not have to breach its walls through a costly siege. Instead, according to some accounts, the Persian army diverted the Euphrates River, which ran through the city, allowing troops to enter through the riverbed under the walls. Whether this actually happened, or whether Babylon simply opened its gates or capitulated through negotiation, is unclear from the sources. But the result was not in doubt. Babylon fell to Cyrus around October of 539 BCE. The city fell not because of some great military disaster, but because the conditions had been prepared. The CY had been ready to accept a new ruler if that ruler was better than the current one. The capture of Babylon was momentous. It brought under Persian control one of the oldest and most prestigious cities in the world, a place that had been the center of great empires going back centuries to Hammurabi and beyond. It brought the wealth of Mesopotamia into the Persian sphere. It brought the ancient administrative traditions of Mesopotamia, the established priesthood, the cultural and religious authority that Babylon represented. When Cyrus entered Babylon as a conqueror, he did something that would become characteristic of his rule. He presented himself not as a foreign conqueror, but as a liberator. He claimed to have been called to Babylon by the god Marduk to free the people from the oppress, incisive rule of Nabonidus. He portrayed himself as the restorer of proper order and proper religious practice. He promised to restore the honor of Marduk and to respect the ancient traditions of Babylon. In reality, this was propaganda, but it was brilliant propaganda. The people of Babylon, particularly the priesthood and the established elites, had good reason to be dissatisfied with Nabonidus and his unusual reign. By presenting himself as a restorer rather than a conqueror, as someone chosen by Marduk himself, Cyrus made it easier for them to accept his rule. He was not presenting himself as replacing the order, but as restoring it. The famous Cyrus cylinder, an ancient inscription that is one of the most important documents from the ancient world, records Cyrus's own account of his conque, Saint of Babylon. In it, he emphasizes his role as a liberator, his respect for the gods, his concern for the welfare of the people. He portrays Marduk as having chosen him to bring good government to Babylon. He describes how he brought peace and order to the city after the troubles of Nabonidus's reign. This cylinder is not an impartial historical account. It is propaganda. But it is propaganda that reveals a great deal about how Cyrus wanted to be perceived and how he wanted his rule to be understood. By 539 BCE, Cyrus controlled Iran, Anatolia, and Mesopotamia. He had defeated the Median Empire, the Lydian Empire, and the Babylonian Empire. He had gone from being a Persian tribal leader to being the ruler of the three greatest civilizations of the ancient world. He controlled territory stretching from the Indus Valley in the east to the Mediterranean coast in the west, a distance of well over 1,000 miles. But the real genius of Cyrus was not just in his conquests. It was in how he held together this vast, diverse, multilingual, multi-religious empire. It was in the fact that he did this without massive rebellions or constant warfare. It was in the way he made his rule seem legitimate and acceptable to the peoples he governed. And that brings us to the question of how he governed. Cyrus the Great was not just a military conqueror. He was an empire builder in the truest sense. A conqueror can defeat enemies and take their territory, but an empire builder must govern a diverse population across vast territories, often for extended periods of time, without constant rebellions and warfare. Cyrus understood this fundamental difference, and he developed systems and policies that would become the foundation of Persian imperial rule. First, there was the principle of religious tolerance. Cyrus did not try to impose Persian religious beliefs on the peoples he conquered. Instead, he allowed them to continue worshipping their own gods, maintaining their own temples, observing their own religious practices. In Babylon, he presented himself as a servant of Marduk and promised to protect the god's temples. In Egypt, which he would conquer later, he respected the religious practices of the Egyptians. In Judea, according to the Hebrew Bible, he allowed the exiled Jews to return to their homeland and rebuild their temple. In other places, he respected local cults and local religious traditions. This was partly pragmatism. It's much easier to rule people if you don't try to change their fundamental beliefs. When you try to suppress someone's religion, you create enemies. When you respect it, you create allies. But it was also, it seems, partly genuine. The records suggest that Cyrus himself was a practitioner of Zoroastrianism, the religion that would become the state religion of Persia under his successors. But he did not force this belief on others. He did not demand that conquered peoples convert. He did not destroy their temples or prohibit their worship. This was remarkable for the ancient world and set the Persian Empire apart from other imperial powers. Second, there was the principle of local autonomy. Cyrus did not try to destroy the existing governmental structures of the places he conquered. Instead, he incorporated them. Local kings or governors who were willing to accept Persian overlordship could continue to rule their territories. They would owe allegiance to Cyrus and pay tribute. They would accept Persian military suzerainty, but within those constraints, they had considerable freedom to govern their own affairs. This system would later be formalized under the satrapy system, in which the empire was divided into provinces ruled by a satrap or governor who reported to the king. But Cyrus's principle was already clear: rule through existing structures and existing elites where possible, rather than replacing them with something entirely new. This meant less administrative burden on the center and greater stability across the empire. Third, there was the principle of cultural respect. Cyrus did not try to eliminate the cultures of the peoples he conquered. He did not mandate the use of Persian language or Persian customs. He did not demand that everyone dress like Persians or celebrate Persian holidays. Instead, he allowed diverse peoples to maintain their own languages, their own customs, their own traditions. This meant that the Persian Empire, unlike some ancient empires, was not homogeneous. It was diverse. It contained many different peoples, speaking many different languages, maintaining many different customs. Aramaic developed as a lingua franca for communication, but local languages were respected and allowed to persist. It was possible to be a Persian subject and a loyal member of the empire while speaking Egyptian, Babylonian, Lydian, Hebrew, or Greek. You could maintain your cultural identity. You could worship your own gods. You could live according to your own customs. All you had to do was acknowledge Persian authority and pay your taxes. But they were united under Persian rule. They were part of something bigger than themselves. Fourth, there was the question of succession and legitimacy. Cyrus had to establish a system by which his rule would continue after his death. He had already married and had at least 2 sons, Cambyses and Bardia. He had established succession arrangements that would allow the empire to continue. He presented himself not as a mere conqueror, but as the legitimate ruler chosen by the gods. He had created a narrative in which his rise to power was ordained by divine will. He had incorporated the existing elites into his system, making them beneficiaries of his rule. He had established himself as the protector of existing religions and cultures. This made his rule seem less foreign and more legitimate. It is difficult at this remove to say exactly what Cyrus believed and what was political calculation. Probably it was some combination of both. But what is clear is that he understood something that most ancient rulers did not, that an empire built on force alone will not last. You can conquer territory with force, but you cannot hold it indefinitely without some kind of legitimacy. An empire must have some kind of legitimacy. It must be able to command the loyalty not just of soldiers, but of the peoples being governed. It must give people reasons to accept its rule beyond mere fear of military force. Cyrus had built an empire that seemed to offer something to everyone. Local elites could maintain their positions and their influence. Priests could maintain their temples and their authority. Common people could continue their lives and their customs, all within the framework of Persian overlordship. It was a brilliant system, and it would work. It would hold together even after Cyrus's death. It was a brilliant system, and it would be refined and formalized by his successors, particularly by Darius I, who would expand the empire even further and establish the administrative systems that would allow it to endure for nearly 2 centuries, making it one of the most long-lived empires in the ancient world. Cyrus the Great died around 530 BCE, probably in his 60s after ruling for roughly 20 years. The exact circumstances of his death are unclear. Some sources suggest he died of illness. Others claim he fell in battle against the Masajte, a nomadic people in Central Asia. Still others suggest various other causes. There were whispers that he died defending the frontiers of his empire, trying to maintain control of territories so vast that holding them demanded constant vigilance. Some Greek sources, particularly Herodotus, provided romantic accounts of his death, portraying him as an aging warrior still trying to expand his domain. But what is clear is that the man who had built the largest empire the ancient world had ever seen was gone. He left behind an empire stretching from the Mediterranean to the Indus Valley, an administrative system that was beginning to take shape, and 2 sons who would fight for control of that empire. This was the test that would define the next era. Would the system that Cyrus had so carefully built hold together without him? Or would the empire fragment when his personal genius and authority were removed? His eldest son, Cambyses II, inherited the throne. Cambyses was not his father. Cyrus had been a visionary, a political genius, a man who understood that empire required more than military force. He had seen that you could conquer with the sword, but you had to govern with wisdom. Cambyses was capable and ambitious, but he was more straightforward, more willing to rely on force, less interested in the delicate political balancing act that his father had perfected. He was a general first, an administrator second. He understood logistics and tactics. He was brave and he was determined, but he lacked the subtle political touch that had made his father so effective. Still, he inherited a functional empire and a system that was largely in place. The machinery of government continued to run. The satraps continued to collect taxes. The military remained organized and functional, and Cambyses, with the full resources of this vast empire at his disposal, immediately turned his attention outward. His first order of business was to continue the expansion that Cyrus had begun. There remained unconquered lands, and Cambyses had the ambition and the resources to pursue them. To the south lay Egypt, the oldest continuous civilization in the world, one of the great powers of the ancient Near East. When Cambyses looked south, he saw not just a kingdom, but a prize. Egypt was ancient, stretching back 3,000 years in recorded history. It had survived invasions and attacks throughout its long existence. Pharaohs had ruled over the Nile Valley, and the river itself had become a symbol of Egyptian life and identity. Egypt had endured for thousands of years through pharaohs and dynasties, through periods of unity and periods of fragmentation. It had survived the rise and fall of other empires around it. It had adapted to changing circumstances, but it had never been conquered by a distant foreign power, never subjected to rule by someone who did not understand Egyptian tradition and Egyptian religion. It had maintained its independence through careful diplomacy, military strength, and a geographic position that was defensible. The deserts surrounded Egypt, creating natural barriers. The Nile provided both protection and prosperity. Armies invading Egypt had to come through narrow corridors, had to cross deserts that would exhaust them. Egypt's defenses were formidable, not just in military terms, but in geographic and logistical terms. Now, in the reign of Cambyses, Egypt was ruled by Pharaoh Amasis, an old king who had ruled for 44 years and was nearing the end of his life. He had maintained Egypt's independence and had even aligned himself with Sparta and other Greek powers to maintain a balance against Persian expansion. But Amasis did not live to see the Persian invasion. He died around 526 BCE, and his son Psamtik III took the throne. Psamtik III was young and inexperienced. He inherited a kingdom that was stable but old, with institutions and customs that had remained largely unchanged for centuries. He also inherited a challenge that would prove insurmountable. The question was not whether Egypt would be invaded, it was when. Cambyses began preparations to invade Egypt around 525 BCE. This was no small undertaking. The invasion route ran through the desert from Syria into the Sinai and then into Egypt proper. It was thousands of miles of harsh terrain, a region that had tested military forces since ancient times. The Sinai Desert was brutal. In summer, temperatures could exceed 120 degrees. Water was scarce. A massive army marching through the desert would consume enormous quantities of supplies. Supplying an army across that distance would be extraordinarily difficult, perhaps impossible. But Cambyses was determined, and he was not going to be stopped by a mere desert. He gathered forces from across the empire, drawing on resources that Cyrus had accumulated and the Persian system had improved. He called up troops from Anatolia, from Media, from Babylon, from all the conquered territories. He assembled an enormous army, some accounts suggesting it numbered in the hundreds of thousands, though these numbers are likely exaggerated. He organized supply lines. He created depots of food and water along the route. Some accounts suggest that he even negotiated with Arab tribes to secure water supplies and passage rights through the desert. The Arabs knew the desert intimately. They knew where water could be found. They knew the best routes through the harsh terrain. By securing their cooperation or their allegiance, Cambyses could ensure that his army would not perish of thirst before it even reached Egypt. When the invasion came, it was overwhelming in its scale. Cambyses' army moved south through Syria and into the Sinai. They defeated Egyptian forces that moved north to stop them. They pushed relentlessly forward. The Egyptians attempted to make a stand at Pelusium, a key fortress on the eastern frontier of Egypt, but they were defeated. Psamtik III was captured. The way to the rest of Egypt was now open. Cambyses moved on to Memphis, the ancient capital of Egypt, which surrendered after a brief siege. He then moved up the Nile, subduing other cities and establishing Persian control over the entire land. By 525 BCE, Egypt was part of the Persian Empire. It was a stunning conquest. Cambyses had done something that no foreign power had managed before. He had conquered Egypt and brought it under the rule of a distant Iranian dynasty. The conquest had significant implications. Egypt was immensely wealthy. It controlled the Lower Nile, one of the most productive agricultural regions in the world. It had a sophisticated administration and a long tradition of bureaucratic organization. The religious and cultural authority of Egypt was enormous. The pharaoh was not just a political ruler, but a religious figure, seen as a god among men. By conquering Egypt, Cambyses had acquired all of this. He presented himself as a pharaoh, adopting Egyptian titles and presenting himself to the Egyptian people as the legitimate successor to previous pharaohs. He respected Egyptian religion and Egyptian institutions. He was crowned as pharaoh in Memphis. He made donations to Egyptian temples. He attempted to position himself as the defender of Egyptian tradition rather than as a foreign conqueror. In many ways, he was following the template that his father Cyrus had established. Respect local authority. Respect local religion. Present yourself as a legitimate heir to the existing order rather than as a revolutionary replacing it. However, Cambyses also undertook military campaigns beyond Egypt. He attempted an invasion of Nubia, the region to the south of Egypt. This campaign was not particularly successful. The desert was harsh, supplies were difficult, and Nubian forces resisted effectively. Eventually, the campaign was abandoned. He also attempted to conquer Libya and other regions. These campaigns were partially successful, but none had the scale or the strategic importance of the Egyptian conquest. For the first 5 years or so of his reign, Cambyses seemed to be following in his father's footsteps. He was expanding the empire. He was consolidating his rule. He was maintaining the imperial system that his father had established. But then something went wrong. The exact nature of what happened is unclear from the sources. Some accounts suggest that Cambyses became mentally unstable, paranoid, and prone to irrational behavior. Others suggest that there were political tensions between Cambyses and the Persian nobility, tensions that manifested in various crises. Still others suggest that the strain of maintaining an empire and the difficulties of the Nubian campaign took their toll on the king. What is clear is that by 522 BCE, the empire was facing a serious crisis. It began with rumors. According to most accounts, Cambyses II had a younger brother named Bardia. When Cambyses became king, he had allegedly executed this brother to eliminate any potential rival. But now, around 522 BCE, a man appeared claiming to be Bardia, claiming to be alive and presenting himself as the rightful heir to the throne. This man, whose real name was probably Gaumata, was a magus, a member of the priestly class. He claimed Bardia's identity and gathered support among elements of the empire who were dissatisfied with Cambyses's rule. This sparked a succession crisis. Some sources suggest that Gaumata actually was Bardia and that reports of the brother's death had been false. Others suggest that Gaumata was an imposter. What matters is that the claim gained traction. Dissatisfied groups within the empire rallied to Gaumata's cause. There were revolts in various parts of the empire. The system that Cyrus had created, which relied on the loyalty of local elites and accepted authority of the king, began to strain under the weight of succession dispute. Cambyses, reigning from Egypt, was in a difficult position. He was far from his power base in Persia. He was facing rebels in multiple provinces. He was aging and his position was becoming precarious. According to the sources, Cambyses died in 522 BCE, either of natural causes or by suicide, depending on the account. Some say he was wounded and died from an infection. Others suggest he deliberately ended his life when he realized his position was hopeless. Either way, he was dead. And in that moment, Gaumat, posing as Bardia, took the throne. The empire that Cyrus had spent decades building appeared to be on the verge of collapse. The unity that had been painstakingly constructed was fragmenting. Multiple regions were in open revolt. The succession was disputed. There were rebels claiming the throne, The question that faced the empire was whether it would hold together or whether it would shatter into pieces. Into this chaos came Darius. Darius was not of the highest royal line. He was the son of a satrap named Hystaspes, a man of considerable importance in the eastern reaches of the empire. His family was noble and well-connected, but he was not in the direct line of succession. He was probably in his late 20s or early 30s at the time of the succession crisis, an age at which a man could still be athletic and vigorous, but had enough experience to make decisions of consequence. He was a capable military officer and an intelligent administrator. He had shown talent in the campaigns and governance of the regions his father controlled. But he was not the obvious choice to restore order to an empire that was fracturing. Yet it was Darius who would seize the moment. He had the perception, or see that the empire was dying without strong leadership, that the system Cyrus had built would collapse without someone capable and willing to restore it. He had the confidence to believe that he could be that person. According to his own account, inscribed later on the Behistun rock, one of the most famous documents from the ancient world, Darius organized a group of conspirators who were loyal to him. Together, they moved against Gaumata. They confronted the false king and defeated him in battle. With Gaumata's death, the immediate succession crisis was resolved. But the empire was far from stable. There were still rebels in multiple provinces. There were still disputed claims to authority. Darius had defeated one pretender, but other challenges remained. Over the next few years, from roughly 522 to 519 BCE, Darius spent much of his time consolidating his power. He was not content with merely defeating Gaumata and becoming king. He understood that the empire had fractured and that many regions did not recognize his authority. He moved through the empire almost constantly, like a wandering king, suppressing rebellions and establishing his authority wherever it was questioned or challenged. He defeated rebels in Babylon, a major city that had refused his authority. In Egypt, where the Nile kingdom had entertained thoughts of independence under the chaos of succession, he reasserted Persian control. In Media, the ancient rival to Persian power, he ensured that Persian authority was again acknowledged. In the mountains of the east and in the borders of the empire, he crushed rebellions and defeated pretenders. It took him years, not months. These were not quick campaigns. These were methodical, sustained efforts to re-establish control and ensure that every part of the empire understood that there was a single supreme authority, and that authority was Darius. He secured the loyalty of the satraps and nobles, many of whom were uncertain about which way the political wind was blowing. He offered them positions and rewards if they acknowledged him. He removed those who opposed him or showed signs of disloyalty. He re-established the imperial authority that had been shaken by the succession crisis. He presented himself as the legitimate heir to Cyrus, the rightful continuation of the dynasty that had founded the empire, even though he was not directly descended from Cyrus. He married a daughter of Cyrus, seeking to establish a blood connection to the founding dynasty. He adopted Cyrus's policies and his style of governance. He presented himself as Cyrus's true successor. By around 519 BCE, Darius had established himself firmly as the undisputed ruler of the Persian Empire. The rebellions had been suppressed. The pretenders had been defeated. The satraps and generals acknowledged his authority. He had defeated his enemies. He had suppressed rebellions. He had secured the loyalty of the imperial officials and military commanders. And now, he was ready to move beyond merely consolidating his father's inheritance. He was ready to transform the empire, to make it more efficient, more organized, more capable of ruling the vast territories and diverse peoples that it encompassed. Where Cyrus had been a brilliant military commander and political visionary, Darius would be the brilliant administrator. Where Cyrus had established the principles of imperial rule, Darius would systematize them. Where Cyrus had conquered and unified, Darius would organize and stabilize. The work of transformation would take years. It would involve creating new systems of administration, new methods of taxation and census, new methods of communication and control. It would involve reorganizing the military. It would involve establishing standardized measures and weights, and perhaps even currency across the empire. It would involve building infrastructure that would allow the empire to function as a unified whole. But the result would be an empire more stable and more durable than anything that had come before. An empire so well organized that it would endure for nearly 2 centuries, making the Persians masters of the known world during their time. Darius's first priority was to reorganize the administrative structure of the empire. The satrapy system had begun to develop under Cyrus and Cambyses, but it was not yet fully systematic. Different regions were governed in different ways. Some had local kings or traditional rulers. Others were administered directly by Persian governors. Some had complex arrangements involving multiple layers of authority. Some were more autonomous. Some were more directly controlled. Darius created a comprehensive system in which the empire was divided into provinces, each governed by a satrap appointed by the king. The number of satrapies varied over time, but by the later reign of Darius, there were approximately 20 satrapies, each covering a vast geographic region containing multiple peoples and sometimes multiple cities. The satrap was the supreme authority in his province, answering directly to the king. He was responsible for collecting taxes, maintaining order, administering justice, and ensuring that the king's will was carried out. But the satrap was not completely autonomous. There were checks on his power. The king appointed military commanders who reported directly to the king, parallel to the satrapy structure. There were also royal inspectors, called the eyes and ears of the king, who travelled throughout the empire, observing the satrap's behaviour and reporting back to the king. There was a system of accountability that prevented any single satrap from becoming too powerful or too independent. The satraps were typically drawn from the Persian nobility. They were men of ability and loyalty who had proven themselves in the service of the crown. They were given significant authority and significant rewards. A successful satrap could accumulate wealth and become one of the most powerful men in the empire. But he served at the pleasure of the king. If he failed or if he became a threat, he could be removed and replaced. This created a system in which ambitious men competed to prove their loyalty and their competence to the king. Below the satrap, there was a hierarchy of officials. There were tax collectors and census takers. There were judges and administrators. There were military officers. There were scribes and record keepers. These men formed the bureaucracy that kept the empire functioning day to day. Many of these officials were drawn from the conquered peoples themselves, from local elites who had been incorporated into the imperial system. An Egyptian could serve as an official in Egypt, administering his own homeland on behalf of the Persian king. A Babylonian could serve in Babylon. This meant that the empire did not require an enormous corps of Persian administrators. The conquered peoples themselves formed much of the administrative apparatus. This was more efficient and less burdensome than trying to replace all local administrators with Persians. It also made the system more acceptable to conquered peoples. They saw their own people in positions of authority, maintaining their own traditions and their own institutions. The empire was not simply imposing foreign rule, it was incorporating them into the system. At the center of all this was the king himself. Darius established the principle of absolute kingship. The king was supreme. He was the ultimate source of authority. All power flowed from him. But the king was not supposed to be arbitrary. The inscriptions that Darius left behind suggest that he saw himself as bound by certain principles. He was supposed to uphold justice. He was supposed to protect the empire. He was supposed to maintain the conditions under which the empire could prosper. He was chosen by Ahura Mazda, the supreme god of Zoroastrianism, to rule and to maintain proper order in the world. With this legitimacy came responsibility. The king owed his people good governance, just rule, and security. If he failed to provide these things, he would lose the support of Ahura Mazda. This was the ideology that Darius promoted. It made his rule seem not arbitrary, but divinely sanctioned and morally bound. It made absolute monarchy seem justified, not just because the king had power, but because the king had a cosmic responsibility to govern well. The satrapy system was the backbone of the empire, but it was not the whole picture. Darius also established a system of taxation and census that was far more systematic and sophisticated than anything that had existed before. He understood that the empire needed resources to function, resources to support the army, resources to build infrastructure, resources to maintain the court and the bureaucracy. But he also understood that those resources had to come from somewhere. They had to be extracted from the conquered peoples and territories. The question was how to do this in a way that was sustainable, that did not provoke rebellion, that encouraged economic productivity rather than discouraging it. His answer was systematic taxation. Every region had to conduct a census, counting the population and assessing the resources available. Officials were sent to conduct these censuses, recording detailed information about land, livestock, population, and productive capacity. Based on this census, each province was assigned a fixed amount of tribute that it owed to the king annually. This was a revolutionary approach. Rather than demanding everything a region could be squeezed to produce, Darius set a fixed amount based on capacity. This tribute was paid usually in precious metals, in grain, in livestock, or in other valuable goods. The amount was set by the king and was designed to be substantial, but not so burdensome that it would cause rebellion. Most satrapies paid their tribute regularly. Some regions, particularly those that had valuable resources or productive agriculture, paid large tributes. Other regions, particularly those that were less developed or less resource-rich, paid smaller amounts. This created a system that was, for the ancient world, remarkably fair and rational. Rather than simply extracting as much as possible from each region, the empire assessed each region's capacity to pay and set the tribute accordingly. This encouraged regional stability and productivity. If a region knew it had to pay a certain amount, it had an incentive to make sure that the economy was productive enough to generate that amount. It could plan. It could invest in agriculture or trade knowing that there was some predictability. The taxation system also provided the means by which the king could know what was happening throughout the empire. The census, the tribute records, the reports from the satrap and from the inspectors, all gave the king a detailed picture of the state of his realm. He could see which regions were prosperous, which were struggling, where there were problems or rebellions brewing. He could allocate his resources accordingly. He could send military forces to troublesome regions. He could redistribute wealth to regions in trouble. The administrative reforms that Darius instituted transformed the empire from a loose confederation of conquered territories into a unified administrative system. The empire was no longer a collection of places that the king had conquered and now controlled through force and fear. It was a system, an organization in which different parts had different roles and responsibilities, but all were integrated into a coherent whole. This was revolutionary for the ancient world. Most empires of the time were held together by little more than military force and the fear of the king's armies. The Persian Empire was increasingly held together by administrative systems that made rebellion less likely and conformity more advantageous. The division of the empire into satrapies was a direct evolution from the earlier tribute systems and local governance arrangements that Cyrus had begun to establish. But Darius systematized it, standardized it, and made it far more comprehensive. Each satrapy was a vast territory. Some contained multiple major cities and diverse peoples. For instance, the satrapy of Babylon included not just Babylon itself, but also surrounding regions and territories. The satrapy of Egypt included Egypt and its neighboring regions. The satrap's job was not to treat all these territories as separate units, but to integrate them into a unified province that functioned as a single administrative unit under his authority. The satrap collected the tribute not just in gold or silver, but sometimes in goods. Egypt paid in grain. The satrapies of Central Asia paid in horses and livestock. The satrapies in the West paid in metals or purple dye or other valuable goods. This meant that the king's treasury was constantly receiving goods from across the empire. These goods fed the capital, supplied the army, and enriched the royal court. The satrap was well compensated for his position. He received a substantial portion of the tribute as his salary, allowing him to live in considerable style. He could maintain a household, a personal guard, and engage in the kinds of activities that were expected of a member of the Persian nobility. But most of his attention had to be devoted to administering his province and ensuring that the tribute was collected and that order was maintained. If he succeeded, he was rewarded with wealth and prestige and the possibility of further advancement. If he failed, if the tribute was not collected, or if there was rebellion in his province, he could be removed and replaced. Some satrapies were considered more prestigious than others. The satrapy of Egypt, being wealthy and ancient and culturally important, was a prize position. The satrapy of Babylon was another prestigious position. These were typically given to men of proven ability and loyalty. Less developed regions sometimes received less senior figures, but even the governors of the less prestigious satrapies were drawn from the Persian nobility. They were men of considerable standing. The system created a hierarchy of positions that incentivized loyalty and competence. An ambitious Persian noble wanted to serve the king well in order to earn the opportunity to govern a more prestigious satrapy. This created a dynamic in which the most capable men were motivated to excel in their service to the crown. Communication across the empire was critical. An empire as vast as the Persian Empire could not function if it took weeks for messages to travel from the periphery to the center. Darius recognized this and established the Royal Road, one of the most famous infrastructure projects of the ancient world. The Royal Road ran from Sardis in western Anatolia to Susa in Persia, covering a distance of approximately 1,500 miles. It was not really a single road in the modern sense. Rather, it was a system of roads, partially existing but now upgraded and standardized, that connected the major cities and capitals throughout the empire. The road was designed for speed and efficiency. It was wide enough for wheeled carts and cavalry to travel easily. It was maintained in good condition. There were stations spaced at intervals along the road where travelers could stop to rest, change horses, obtain food, or gather information. These stations served not just as rest stops, but as administrative centers. Officials at the stations could monitor who was traveling along the road, gather intelligence about distant regions, and relay messages from one part of the empire to another. The Royal Road enabled the king to send messages throughout the empire with remarkable speed. According to the Greek historian Herodotus, messages could travel the entire length of the Royal Road in 9 days, covering an average of about 170 miles per day. This is not as fast as the Pony Express of the American frontier, which would be established over 2,000 years later, but for the ancient world, it was extraordinary. It meant that the king could send orders from the center and expect them to be received and acknowledged within a matter of weeks. It meant that information from distant provinces could reach the capital relatively quickly. It meant that the empire could function as a coordinated system rather than as isolated territories operating independently. The royal road was not just for official imperial business. Merchants also used it. Traders carrying goods from one part of the empire to another found the roads maintained and relatively safe. The stations provided security and order. This encouraged trade, which enriched the empire and provided goods that could be taxed. The royal road became the backbone of long-distance trade in the ancient Near East. Goods flowed along it from the Indus Valley to the Mediterranean. Spices, metals, textiles, and other valuable items were transported by merchants who benefited from the security and efficiency that the Persian road system provided. This trade enriched not just individual merchants, but also the empire as a whole, which derived revenue from tolls and from the prosperity that trade generated. Beyond the royal road, Darius also undertook other infrastructure projects of remarkable scope. He improved harbours along the coast, making it easier to transport goods by sea and to connect maritime trade routes with overland routes. He dug canals, most famously a canal connecting the Nile River to the Red Sea, a project of engineering sophistication that allowed for easier transport of goods between Egypt and the rest of the empire. A direct water route that saved merchants weeks of overland travel. He established supply depots and warehouses in strategic locations throughout the empire, creating a network of storage and distribution points that could support both the army and civilian traders. He built or improved fortifications at key defensive points, ensuring that the empire's borders were secure and that military forces could respond quickly to threats. He even began to standardize weights and measures across the empire, making trade easier and helping to integrate diverse economic systems. All of these projects served the same purpose: to bind the empire together, to make it function as an integrated whole, to ensure that the king's authority could be projected throughout the vast territories he controlled, and that goods, information, and people could move freely within the imperial boundaries. Darius was not just a conqueror or a manager, he was a builder, creating the physical and administrative infrastructure that would allow the empire to endure. The infrastructure that Darius created was so extensive and so well maintained that it would serve as the basis for trade and communication in the Near East for centuries to come. Long after the Persian Empire fell, merchants would still use the royal road. Travelers would still rest at the stations. The routes that Darius had established would remain important pathways for commerce and communication. The roads, the stations, the administrative systems, the hierarchies of power and responsibility, all of this created an empire that was more than just the sum of its conquered territories. It was a system, complex and sophisticated for its time, capable of integrating diverse peoples and vast distances into a functioning whole. This was the true achievement of Darius, not just the expansion of territory, but the creation of a framework within which such vast territory could actually be governed. Yet even as Darius had built these systems of order, connecting the empire with roads and administrators, and a bureaucracy that functioned like a single organism, tensions were building at the edges. The empire was so vast, stretching from the Mediterranean to the Indus, that holding it together required not just good governance, but constant vigilance. And there were places where that vigilance would be tested. In the western reaches of the empire, in the region known as Ionia, in what is now western Turkey, Greek cities had been incorporated into the Persian realm. These were not backward communities. These were sophisticated centers of trade and culture, cities like Miletus and Ephesus with long histories and established traditions of self-governance. They had their own traditions of art, philosophy, and learning. They had produced thinkers and mathematicians who were known throughout the Mediterranean. They paid their taxes to the Persian king. They acknowledged Persian authority, but they were Greek, and in their hearts, many of them chafed under foreign rule. This resentment was not unique to Ionia. Many peoples under Persian control had similar feelings. But what made Ionia different was that these cities had connections to free Greek cities across the Aegean Sea, to Athens and Sparta, and others who had maintained their independence from Persian rule, and they had ideas about democracy and self-governance that made Persian imperial authority seem oppressive by comparison. The Persians governed well, relatively speaking. They allowed local customs, they respected local traditions, but they were still foreign, they were still outsiders, and they still collected taxes and demanded obedience. For a proud Greek city, especially one with its own traditions of self-government, this was a difficult arrangement. In 499 BCE, the situation came to a head. The tyrant of Miletus, a man named Aristagoras, for reasons that are complicated and somewhat unclear, decided to rebel. Some accounts suggest he was trying to avoid punishment for a military failure. Others suggest he had political enemies who were pressuring him. Whatever his personal motivations, he called on other Ionian cities to join him in a coordinated rebellion. He sent envoys to Athens and Sparta asking for their support. Sparta, with its own concerns about Persian expansion, declined to participate in a distant rebellion. But Athens, a growing power, and increasingly aware that Persian expansion might eventually threaten their own independence, decided to send ships and soldiers to support the rebellion. It was a bold move, a direct challenge to Persian authority. Sending forces to help rebels against the king was an act that could not be ignored or overlooked. Darius would not ignore this. He would respond with all the force at his disposal. The Ionian Revolt, as it came to be called, lasted for roughly 5 years, from 499 to 494 BCE. The rebels attempted to organize a unified Greek response to Persian rule. They had some early successes. They burned Sardis, the capital of the Persian satrapy, a dramatic symbolic victory that reverberated throughout the empire and even reached the ears of the Persian king himself. The destruction of a major city was an affront to imperial authority. It showed that the king's power could be challenged, that his cities could be destroyed, that his authority was not absolute everywhere. But the Persian response was methodical and overwhelming. Darius gathered forces from across the empire and sent them to crush the rebellion. The Persian military, organized and well supplied through the systems that Darius had so carefully established, systematically defeated the rebel forces. The Greeks were brave, and their cause had popular support among the Ionian cities. But they were not unified. Different cities had different interests. Different factions had different goals. Athens could not send unlimited support indefinitely. The resources required to maintain a military presence across the Aegean were substantial. The rebels were gradually edged back. City after city fell to the Persian forces. Populations were resettled. Rebellious cities were punished. By 494 BCE, the rebellion was effectively over. The final blow came at the Battle of Lade, a naval engagement where the Persian fleet, led by skilled commanders, defeated the Greek rebel fleet in a hard-fought battle. Thousands of Greeks were killed or captured. The cities that had supported the rebellion were punished severely. Some were completely destroyed and their populations dispersed. Others were incorporated into the empire under closer Persian control, with Persian governors overseeing all aspects of administration. The rebellion had failed catastrophically, but it had exposed something important. There were people under Persian rule who would actively resist when given the chance. The Greeks of Ionia had shown that they would fight for independence, and they had shown that they had allies in mainland Greece, allies who were willing to help them defy the Persian king. For Darius, the Ionian revolt was an irritation and a lesson. An irritation because it required him to divert military resources to suppress a rebellion in a region he had thought was secure. Resources that could have been used for other purposes, other projects. A lesson because it showed him that the empire was not invulnerable, that there were limits to what even the greatest administrators could control through bureaucracy and roads and satraps. You could build roads and collect taxes and maintain an efficient administration, but if the people did not accept your rule in their hearts, if they looked across the sea and saw alternatives, they might rebel. The rebels had been beaten, yes, but they had done damage. They had shown that rebellion was possible. They had shown that mainland Greeks would support a rebellion against Persian rule. And they had made it clear that there were people who saw Persian Empire as something to be resisted rather than accepted. Darius, now in his later years but still vigorous, still capable of making decisions about war and peace, understood that something had to be done about these troublesome Greeks. They controlled the Aegean. They had growing power. They were expanding their own influence. They had just proven that they were willing to challenge Persian authority, willing to fight, willing to die for their independence. The solution from Darius's perspective was clear. He would bring Greece itself under Persian control. If the Greek city-states were part of the empire, if they paid tribute to the Persian king just as Babylon and Egypt did, then there would be no more rebellions. There would be no more complications. There would be no more Greek cities encouraging Persian subjects to rebel. Greece would be integrated into the system. The Ionian revolt had shown Darius what he needed to do. So Darius began planning an invasion. It would be unlike anything the world had seen before. An expedition to conquer the free Greek states, to add them to the Persian Empire, to extend Persian rule across the Aegean to the western edge of the known world. It was an ambitious goal, but Darius had achieved ambitious things before. In 490 BCE, Darius sent an expedition against Greece. It was not the full might of the Persian military. This was a more limited operation, a carefully calculated raiding force designed to secure control of the Aegean islands and establish a foothold in mainland Greece, punishing the Athenians for their support of the Ionian rebels, and bringing Greek city-states under Persian authority. The expedition, commanded by experienced generals Datis and Artaphernes, crossed the Aegean and moved through Greek territories methodically. The Persians burned several cities that had supported the rebellion. They took control of various Greek islands and territories. But they also faced resistance from Greek forces determined to prevent a Persian invasion. The Greek city-states, despite their frequent conflicts with each other, despite their historical rivalries and competing interests, recognized that a Persian invasion threatened all of them equally. An empire that ruled the entire Mediterranean world would dominate everyone. So they organized a response. Different city-states sent forces, and at Marathon, a plain in Attica near Athens, a Greek army of roughly 10,000 men, mostly Athenian, but with support from other allies, faced the Persian forces. The Persians had perhaps 20,000 troops, possibly more, a significant numerical advantage. But the Greeks, fighting in their own territory, with better knowledge of the land, with a desperate determination to defend their homes, fighting as a unified force, defeated the Persian army in a hard-fought battle. It was a stunning upset. The Persian forces, so confident in their superiority, so accustomed to victory, found themselves defeated. The Persians lost thousands of men. The Greeks, through clever tactics that exploited the terrain, and a fierce resistance that made the Persians pay in blood for every inch of ground, won a decisive victory. The Persian force, realizing that reinforcements were not coming, that the Greeks had consolidated their defenses, retreated to their ships, and sailed back across the Aegean. Marathon became one of the most celebrated Greek victories in history, a moment when a supposedly invincible power had been defeated by a smaller force of free citizens fighting for their homeland. For the Greeks, it was proof that the Persians could be beaten, that resistance was possible, that the seemingly inevitable march of Persian expansion could be stopped. For Darius, it was a humiliation. His army had been defeated. His attempt to add Greece to the empire had failed. His reputation for invincibility had been tarnished. But it was not a disaster. The empire remained intact. The expedition had achieved some objectives, even if it had failed to conquer all of Greece. Darius could regroup, gather more forces, and try again with a more powerful force and a better planned campaign. But his age was catching up with him. He was an old man now, still capable, still intelligent, still commanding the respect of the empire. But the years of constant campaigning, of building an empire, of establishing its administration, had taken their toll. In 486 BCE, Darius died. He would not live to see another invasion attempt. He would not live to see whether his empire could conquer the troublesome Greeks. But he had set the stage for it. He had identified the problem. He had begun the campaign. He had shown that conquering Greece was possible, that it could be done, that it was merely a matter of committing sufficient resources. His successor would inherit both the empire and the unfinished business of conquering Greece. Darius was succeeded by his son Xerxes. Xerxes inherited an empire that was stable, wealthy, and vast. An empire that stretched across 3 continents and controlled more land and resources than any power on earth. He also inherited a king's ambitions and a father's unfinished business. The victory at Marathon had not destroyed Persian power in the region. It had simply shown that conquering Greece would require more effort than Darius had devoted to the task. Darius had been cautious in his approach, sending a limited force to test Greek defences. The force had been defeated, and Darius had not lived to launch a second invasion. Now it was Xerxes' turn. Xerxes was younger than his father had been, more aggressive, more willing to stake everything on a single grand gesture. He decided to undertake what Darius had begun, but on a far grander scale. He would not send an expedition. He would organize a massive invasion of Greece, not a raiding expedition, but a full military campaign designed to conquer the entire Greek peninsula and bring it permanently under Persian rule, integrated into the empire like Egypt and Babylon and all the other lands under the king's authority. The preparations took years. For nearly a decade, Xerxes gathered forces from across the entire empire. Troops came from Egypt, from Babylon, from Media, from all the vast territories that the Persians controlled. Some sources suggest that the force assembled was enormous, possibly in the hundreds of thousands. Herodotus, the Greek historian, gave inflated numbers that modern scholars discount. The exact number is debated. But whatever the precise figure, it was clearly the largest military expedition that the Persian Empire had ever assembled. It was a demonstration of Persian power and resources, an attempt to bring to bear the full might of the empire against the free Greeks. The army was organized with Persian commanders at the head, but troops drawn from dozens of different peoples and regions: Egyptians, Babylonians, Indians, Libyans, Thracians. They spoke different languages. They had different traditions and equipment, different uniforms, different weapons, but they were all united under the Persian king's authority. They were all commanded to achieve his will. They were all part of a single, unified operation. The scale of the endeavour was extraordinary. Supply lines had to be established to support such a massive force. Depots were set up at strategic locations. Food and water and weapons were stockpiled. The royal road system that Darius had built was used to move supplies and information. Every resource of the empire was focused on this single objective: the conquest of Greece and the expansion of Persian rule to encompass all known civilized lands. The force assembled at the Hellespont, the narrow strait separating Asia from Europe. And there, according to the Greek historians, Xerxes performed a dramatic gesture that became legendary. He had the strait bridged, creating a pathway for his army to cross from Asia into Europe. It was a symbolic act, demonstrating that no natural barrier could stand in the way of Persian power, that the king could command even nature itself to serve his purposes. The engineers built pontoon bridges, ships lashed together with cables, creating a roadway across the water. It was an engineering marvel for its time, a demonstration of Persian technical capability. But the bridges were built and then destroyed by storms, a setback that infuriated the king. Xerxes, according to the sources, ordered the waters, themselves whipped as punishment, a gesture of imperial fury against nature itself, against the sea that had dared to defy him. It was likely a symbolic action, a way of expressing his authority and his commitment to this invasion. New bridges were constructed, more carefully this time, reinforced and tested, and finally, they held. The Persian army crossed the Hellespont and began its march into Greece, bringing with it the full weight of the Persian Empire's military power. The invasion began around 480 BCE. The Persian forces moved southward through Thrace and into mainland Greece with methodical purpose. The Greeks, alarmed and united by the threat, organized their defense with unprecedented coordination. Various city-states sent forces to resist the invaders. At Thermopylae, a narrow mountain pass in central Greece, a Greek army of perhaps 7,000 men, led by the Spartan king Leonidas, took a position to block the Persian advance. Leonidas was a legendary warrior, a Spartan trained from birth to be a soldier, bred in a warrior culture that valued honor and courage above life itself. He understood that his position was probably undefendable in the long term. The Persian forces vastly outnumbered him. The logistical advantages lay with Xerxes, but he also understood that slowing down the Persian advance was critical. Every day that Leonidas held the pass, every hour that the Persians spent fighting at Thermopylae rather than advancing toward the Greek heartland, gave the other Greek city-states more time to organize their defense and mobilize their forces. It gave them time to prepare a response. It gave them time to evacuate their people to safety. Time was as important as territory. The battle at Thermopylae lasted for 3 days. The Greeks, fighting in the narrow pass where Persian numbers were less of an advantage, where the terrain itself became an ally, held against repeated Persian assaults. Wave after wave of Persian soldiers attacked the Greek line. Wave after wave was repulsed. The Greeks died, but they also killed thousands of Persians. The narrow pass became a barrier that Persian strength could not easily overcome. But eventually, the Persians found a way around the pass. They used mountain paths, trails known to local people, routes that the Greeks had not adequately guarded. They moved troops around the Greek position, threatening to encircle Leonidas and trap him. Leonidas, realizing that his position had become untenable, that resistance would now be futile and would only result in the complete destruction of his force, ordered the bulk of his army to retreat. He himself stayed behind with a small force, reportedly 300 Spartans, to hold the pass and allow the rest of the Greek army to escape. He and his men fought to the death, becoming legends in the process. Thermopylae was a tactical defeat for the Greeks, but like the stand-up marathon before it, it demonstrated something crucial. The Greeks would fight, they would resist, they would not simply surrender or flee when faced with overwhelming odds. Leonidas and his Spartans had shown that the Persian army could be opposed, could be made to fight for every inch of ground, could be made to suffer for the conquest of Greece. They had shown that honor and courage could slow down even the mightiest empire. After Thermopylae, the Persian forces continued southward. They burned Athens and occupied much of Greece. The Athenians had evacuated their city. The temples were destroyed. The city itself was in Persian hands. It seemed as though Xerxes' invasion would succeed, that Greece would be brought under Persian rule, just as Babylon and Egypt had been, that the independent Greek city-states would be absorbed into the empire. But the decisive moment came at sea. The Greeks, lacking the numbers to defeat the Persian army in open battle on land, turned to their navy. They retreated to the sea where their advantage lay. In the strait near the island of Salamis, the Greek fleet, smaller and less well equipped than the Persian navy, engaged the Persian fleet in a confined space where superior numbers were less of an advantage. In the narrow waters, the size of the Persian fleet became a liability rather than an asset. The battle was fierce and close, contested with desperation on both sides. But the Greek commanders, including the famous Themistocles of Athens, understanding the local conditions and fighting with knowledge of the waters, with understanding of tides and currents and wind patterns, maneuvered their ships with great skill. The Persian fleet, larger and more ponderous, became confused in the narrow waters. Ships collided with each other. The larger Persian vessels could not maneuver effectively in the confined space. The Greeks inflicted heavy damage, sinking many Persian ships and killing thousands of Persian sailors who drowned in the narrow straits. It was a stunning naval victory. The defeat at Salamis was a turning point. Xerxes, alarmed by the loss of naval supremacy, realized that his invasion, though it had achieved some victories, was not going to succeed in conquering Greece. The cost in lives and ships was mounting. The Greeks were proving to be more difficult opponents than he had anticipated, more resilient, more clever, more willing to sacrifice for their freedom. The supply lines that stretched back to Asia were vulnerable, and the loss of naval superiority meant that his army, stranded in Greece, could potentially be cut off from its supplies and reinforcements. Without control of the sea, the Persian army was isolated, far from its home base, surrounded by enemies. Xerxes made the decision to retreat. He left a portion of his army behind, under the command of a general named Mardonius, to continue the campaign, but he himself returned to Asia with the bulk of the force. The invasion had failed. The Greeks had defeated the Persians. It was one of the defining moments in history. The free city-states of Greece had resisted and ultimately repelled the greatest military power of the ancient world. Yet the war was not completely over. For several more years, Persian forces remained in Greece and fought against Greek resistance. Mardonius, left in command of the remaining Persian forces, attempted to renew the invasion, seeking victory where Xerxes had failed. He was a capable commander, and he understood the dynamics of Greek politics. He attempted to divide the Greek states, to negotiate with some and defeat others, to break the unity that had allowed them to resist the Persian invasion. But the Greeks, now united and confident from their victories at Marathon and Salamis, were not easily divided. They defeated the Persian forces in battle after battle. The final major engagement at Plataea in 479 BCE saw the Persian forces decisively defeated. Mardonius himself was killed in the battle, dying as a warrior fighting for his king's ambitions. The remaining Persian forces withdrew from Greece. The invasion had definitively failed. Xerxes had attempted to add Greece to the Persian Empire and had been defeated. It was a blow to Persian prestige, but it was not a threat to the empire's stability or power. The empire still controlled vast territories. The treasury still overflowed with tribute from 100 provinces. It was still immensely wealthy and powerful. The defeat in Greece was a setback, but not a catastrophe. Empires do not collapse because of single military defeats. The Persian Empire would endure. For the next several decades, the empire entered a period of relative stability, what might be called a plateau period, a time of consolidation rather than expansion. There were no major new conquests. The empire had reached its territorial extent. It controlled the lands from the Indus Valley to the Mediterranean, from Central Asia to Egypt. The boundaries were fixed. The borders were defended. Within these borders, the system that Cyrus and Darius had established continued to function with remarkable efficiency. The satraps collected taxes on schedule. The roads carried goods and messages at the speeds that the infrastructure was designed to achieve. The bureaucracy administered the daily business of empire, handling disputes, maintaining justice systems, ensuring that the empire functioned as an integrated whole. The army maintained control and suppressed any rebellions that arose, and there were always some province or tribe deciding to test the limits of imperial authority. It was a period of consolidation, of ensuring that the vast realm remained unified and functional. The attempt to expand further westward into Greece had failed, and so the empire turned inward, focused on maintaining what it had rather than conquering new territories. The resources that would have gone to military campaigns were now available for other purposes. Infrastructure could be improved. Cities could be built or expanded. Trade could be encouraged. But this did not mean that there was stagnation. Within the empire, there was considerable activity and development. Trade flourished along. The roads that connected the various regions. Merchants traveled the royal road, carrying goods from east to west and west to east. Spices from India, silks from the Far East, metals and lumber, and grain and wine, all flowing through the network of trade routes that the empire's infrastructure made possible. Artists and craftsmen worked on grand projects, commissioned by the king or by wealthy satraps, creating sculptures and paintings and buildings that reflected Persian power and sophistication. The empire's cultural influence spread throughout the known world. Everyone had heard of Persia. Everyone knew that the Persian king was the most powerful ruler on earth. The Persian style of governance, the satrapy system, the use of a common language for administration, the respect for local customs and religions, all of this created an empire that was remarkably stable and enduring, even after the failure of the Greek invasion. This was the secret of Persian success. Not just military power, though that was important, but the ability to govern diverse peoples and vast territories in a way that was stable and accepted. And at the heart of all this, symbolizing the power and majesty of the empire, rose the great capital city of Persepolis, the ceremonial center where the king held court and received tribute from all the corners of his realm. Persepolis was one of the wonders of the ancient world, a city that existed not as an ordinary capital, but as a ceremonial and symbolic center, a place where the king's power was made manifest in stone and gold and elaborate decoration. Darius had begun its construction, but it was completed and greatly expanded under his successors, each adding to it, each creating new structures, each working to make it ever more magnificent. The city was built on a high plateau in the Zagros Mountains, a dramatic location that seemed to emphasize the power and permanence of the Persian dynasty. The elevation itself was significant. It placed the city above the surrounding lands, gave it a dominant position, made it visible from great distances. The city was laid out with grand avenues and monumental buildings, each positioned with careful planning to create an impression of order and power. At its center was the Apadana, the great audience hall, a building of staggering proportions with columns that soared overhead. Massive stone columns that had been quarried in the Zagros itself, each one a feat of engineering. The space was designed to impress and awe the visitors who came to seek audience with the Persian king. Imagine walking into that space, a visitor from some distant province, coming to pay homage or to bring tribute. You would enter and find yourself dwarfed by the sheer scale of the place. The columns would rise above you. The ceiling would seem impossibly high. Everything about the space would communicate a single message. The king's power is vast. His authority is absolute. He rules over an empire so large and so wealthy that he can build spaces like this, can command the resources, can command the labor to construct monuments that will last for centuries. The walls of Persepolis were decorated with elaborate carvings and reliefs showing the king at war and at peace, showing tributes being brought from all the far-flung provinces of the empire, showing delegations from dozens of different peoples, each bringing gifts, each acknowledging their subordinate status. These reliefs are among the most important surviving artworks from the ancient Persian Empire. They show processions of soldiers in their various uniforms, of nobles in their finest garments, of foreign ambassadors bringing tribute and gifts. They show the king himself, often depicted in heroic scenes, defeating enemies or receiving homage from his subjects. Some reliefs show the king hunting, a metaphor for his control over the forces of nature. Others show him receiving the crown F, Rom the god, Ahura Mazda, legitimizing his rule through divine sanction. The art of Persepolis represents the height of Persian artistic achievement, a synthesis of Persian, Mesopotamian, and Egyptian influences that created something unique and powerful. You can see the influence of Mesopotamian art in the way the figures are arranged, the use of registers, the careful composition. You can see Egyptian influence in certain details. But the overall effect is distinctly Persian, a visual language that communicated Persian values and Persian power. The construction of Persepolis employed thousands of workers and consumed vast resources. It took years to complete the various phases of construction. Artisans were brought from throughout the empire to work on the buildings. Stonecutters, masons, sculptors, all the skilled workers needed to construct such magnificent buildings. Materials were gathered from distant regions. Timber came from the Levant. Stone came from nearby quarries. Gold and silver for decoration came from mines scattered throughout the empire. The amount of wealth devoted to this single project was enormous. But that was the point. The wealth of the empire was so vast that the king could devote enormous resources to building monuments while still maintaining the military, paying the administrative bureaucracy, collecting taxes, conducting trade. The city became the ceremonial capital of the empire, the place where the king held court and received delegations from all the provinces. It was not the administrative capital. That role was filled by cities like Babylon and Susa. But Persepolis was the symbolic center, the place where the power of the empire was made visible and tangible. It was a statement in stone and gold, a physical manifestation of Persian imperial power. The gates of Persepolis were flanked by enormous statues of Lamassu, mythological creatures with human heads and bull or lion bodies. Creatures drawn from Mesopotamian tradition, but reimagined in Persian style. These figures guarded the entrance to the city and impressed all who entered with the majesty of the place. They were reminders that this was a sacred space, a place where ordinary rules did not apply, where the king's authority transcended normal human concerns. Inside the city, palaces were built for the king and his family, structures of comfort and luxury built to house the royal household. Treasure houses held the wealth that poured in as tribute from the empire, locked away in secure vaults. Religious buildings, including a sanctuary for the Persian fire temples associated with Zoroastrianism, stood at the heart of the city, reflecting the religious basis of the king's authority. Persepolis was not a place of ordinary residence. It was not a city where people lived ordinary lives and conducted ordinary business. It was occupied primarily during certain festivals and ceremonial occasions, particularly at the spring festival of Nowruz, when the king would hold court, receive tribute, and receive embassies from all the provinces and from foreign powers. The king might spend time there, and the court gathered there for important events. But for most of the year, the city stood empty or nearly empty, a vast monument to absent power. Yet it was powerful precisely because it was there, because it existed, because every person in the empire knew about it and understood what it represented. What Persepolis conveyed, more effectively than any imperial decree or military display, was that the Persian Empire was stable, permanent, and overwhelmingly powerful. It would endure. It would last. The empire was not some temporary creation that might collapse at any moment. It was built to last, built in stone and gold, built with the resources of the entire world, as it seemed at the time. And Persepolis was the proof of that permanence. The city stood as a monument to power and permanence. And yet even as Persepolis rose in all its glory, the seeds of decline had already been sown. The empire had reached its zenith under Darius, a point of perfect balance where all the systems he had created functioned in harmony. But empires, like all living things, contain within them the capacity for decline, and the signs were already visible to those who knew where to look. Xerxes, Darius's successor, inherited a perfectly functioning machine, but he was not his father. Where Darius had been cautious and calculating, delegating power wisely and trusting his administrators, Xerxes was more prone to grand gestures, to sudden changes in policy, to decisions made in anger or passion rather than careful deliberation. The failed invasion of Greece had cost the empire enormous resources. Money had been spent, men had been lost. The prestige of the Persian military, the sense of invincibility that had characterized earlier reigns, had been damaged. The Persians could recover from a single military defeat. The empire had resources to spare, but the defeat had revealed something troubling. The Persians could be resisted. They could be defeated. The absolute dominance that the empire had seemed to possess was not quite so absolute after all. In the aftermath of Xerxes' reign, the empire entered a period of consolidation, a time when, rather than expanding, the Persians focused on maintaining what they had. But consolidation, when it goes on too long, can become stagnation, and stagnation creates conditions for decay. The administrative system that Darius had created was strong, yes, it was efficient. It could run largely on its own, with satraps collecting taxes and the bureaucracy processing grievances and maintaining order. But like all systems, it required strong central authority to function at its peak. It required a king who was actively engaged, who understood the complexities of managing such a vast realm, who could make difficult decisions and command loyalty. The successors to Xerxes were often less capable than he was. And as the strength at the center weakened, the ambitions at the periphery grew. The satraps, the regional governors who had been placed in position by Darius and his heirs, began to think of themselves less as servants of the king and more as rulers in their own right. They controlled vast territories, they commanded armies, they collected taxes. Over time, the distinction between serving the king and ruling independently became blurred. Some satraps began to act with increasing autonomy, making decisions without consulting the central authority, raising their own forces, making treaties with neighboring powers. This was not outright rebellion, not yet, but it was a movement in that direction, a slow erosion of central authority that would become increasingly problematic as time went on. The treasury, though still vast by the standards of the ancient world, began to show signs of strain. The costs of maintaining the military, of paying the enormous bureaucratic apparatus, of maintaining the roads and the infrastructure were substantial. When the empire was expanding, the wealth pouring in from conquered territories more than compensated for these costs. But with expansion halted, with no new territories being conquered, and no new wealth pouring in, the balance began to shift. Some satraps became less reliable in sending their tribute. Some began to retain more wealth for themselves. The central government's income, while still enormous, began to show real limits for the first time. The unity that had characterized the empire under Darius and the early years of Xerxes began to fracture. It was a slow process. It did not happen overnight. But the direction was clear. The empire was transitioning from a state of expanding power to a state of consolidation and eventual decline. This weakening of central authority created conditions for rebellion. The satraps, sensing that the king's power was not what it once had been, began to test the boundaries. In various regions of the empire, satraps refused to acknowledge the authority of the new king. They raised armies. They made alliances with each other. They formed confederations designed to protect themselves against royal authority. Some of these rebellions were coordinated, others were spontaneous. But together, they represented a significant challenge to imperial power. In Egypt, a satrapy that had always been somewhat restive under Persian rule, a rebellion broke out in the 4th century BCE. The Egyptians, under a series of native rulers, managed to throw off Persian control and reassert their independence. It was a stunning development. Egypt, one of the wealthiest and most important territories in the empire, slipped from the king's grasp. The Persians attempted to reconquer it, but the effort was difficult and ultimately failed. For several decades, Egypt was independent, ruled by native Egyptian kings. The loss of Egypt was a blow to Persian prestige, and more importantly, a blow to the empire's income. Egypt provided enormous revenues. Its loss weakened the empire's financial situation. Other territories began to slip away as well. Phoenicia, the coastal territory of the Levant that had been the heart of Persian naval power, began to assert its independence. The Phoenician cities, which had provided the majority of the Persian fleet, began to act more autonomously, refusing to respond to royal commands. Without Phoenician ships, the Persian navy began to decline. The loss of naval power meant that the Persians could no longer control the Mediterranean the way they once had. Cyprus, another important island territory, also rebelled and declared its independence. One by one, the more distant and independent-minded satrapies began to slip away from Persian control. Some were reconquered, brought back into the fold through military campaigns. Others remained independent for longer periods. But the overall trend was clear. The empire was fracturing. The unified control that Darius had established over the vast realm was breaking down. This was not a sudden collapse. The empire did not fall apart overnight. Rather, it was a long, slow process of erosion. Each rebellion that succeeded emboldened other potential rebels. Each satrapy that asserted its independence showed others that it was possible to do so. The fear of the Persian king, which had held the empire together, began to fade. The king was revealed to be less all-powerful than he had seemed. He could be defied. He could be resisted. And if he could be resisted, then perhaps he could even be defeated. This erosion of central authority, this unraveling of the unified empire, created a power vacuum. The king was still nominally in control, still commanded considerable resources. But the reality of power was beginning to diverge from the appearance of power. Someone who understood this reality, someone who had the military capability and the political vision to exploit this vacuum, could potentially reshape the entire Eastern Mediterranean and Near Eastern world, and such a figure was already rising in the north. In the 4th century BCE, in the mountainous region of Macedon in northern Greece, a new power was beginning to emerge. Macedon was on the periphery of the Greek world, often dismissed by the sophisticated city-states of Athens and Sparta as barbaric and unsophisticated. The Macedonians were Greeks by language and culture, but they had never been part of the dominant Greek city-state system. They had their own kingdom, their own rulers, their own distinct military and political traditions. For centuries, Macedon had been relatively unimportant, a minor regional power overshadowed by the great Greek city-states to the south. But in the mid-4th century BCE, a remarkable figure emerged. Philip II became king of Macedon, and under his leadership, the kingdom was transformed. Philip was a military genius. He had actually been held hostage in Thebes as a young man, and during his time there, he had observed and learned from the greatest military commanders of the time. He understood the art of war at a level that was rare even among kings and generals. He reformed the Macedonian military, creating what would become the most effective fighting force in the ancient world. He developed the phalanx, a closely packed formation of soldiers with long spears, into a devastating tactical weapon. Where other Greek city-states used the phalanx as one element among many in their armies, Philip made it the centerpiece, perfecting the formation and the tactics that went with it, until it became nearly unbeatable. He created a professional standing army, rather than relying on the feudal levies and militias that had characterized Macedonian forces previously. This meant that his soldiers could be trained intensively, that they could practice maneuvers repeatedly until they became second nature, that they could develop the cohesion and discipline that made the phalanx work. He built fortifications throughout his kingdom, creating strong points that could support his military operations. He trained his soldiers relentlessly, drilling them in the phalanx formations, training them in the use of the sarissa, the long spear that was the Macedonian soldier's primary weapon. And he began a program of conquest and expansion that would make Macedon the dominant power in Greece and the Mediterranean. His armies conquered cities that had resisted for centuries. They defeated armies that had previously seemed invincible, and they did it with a consistency and a completeness that suggested that Philip had stumbled upon a genuinely new way of making war. Philip understood the internal divisions in the Persian Empire. He saw the satrapal rebellions. He saw the weakening of central authority. He saw the opportunity. He began to build alliances with Persian rebels and dissident satraps. Began to position Macedon not just as a regional power, but as a potential threat to Persian dominance in the Mediterranean and Asia Minor. The Persian king, meanwhile, seemed slow to recognize the danger. Macedon was far away, on the northern periphery of the Persian sphere of influence. The satrapal rebellions and the loss of Egypt seemed more pressing concerns. But Philip was moving with single-minded determination. He conquered city-states in Greece. He made alliances with others. He began a process of unifying Greece under Macedonian rule. He built roads. He established supply bases. He prepared his military for a campaign of conquest. And he made it clear that his ultimate ambition was to invade the Persian Empire itself, to conquer it, to add it to his expanding realm. Philip was killed in 336 BCE, assassinated in a plot that may or may not have involved Persian intelligence services. But his son, Alexander, inherited not just the throne of Macedon, but also his father's ambitions and his father's military innovations. Alexander was young when he came to power, barely 20 years old, but he was remarkably capable. He had been tutored by the great Greek philosopher Aristotle. He had watched his father's military campaigns and learned from them. He had inherited a powerful, well-trained army and a clear strategic plan. His first act was to consolidate his power in Greece. He defeated potential rivals. He crushed rebellions. He brought the Greek city-states under Macedonian control, sometimes through diplomacy, sometimes through military force. Then, having secured his base, he turned his attention eastward toward the Persian Empire. In 334 BCE, Alexander crossed the Hellespont with an army of roughly 35,000 men. It was not a large force by Persian standards. The Persians could field armies several times that size, but Alexander's army was different. It was professional. It was mobile. It was superbly trained and equipped with the latest innovations in military technology and tactics. Every soldier had been drilled repeatedly. Every officer had studied the art of war. The supply lines had been carefully organized in advance. The intelligence gathering had been thorough. This was not a rash adventure by a young conqueror. This was a carefully planned military campaign by someone who understood the logistics of war as well as its tactics. The Macedonian phalanx, perfected under Philip and refined further by Alexander, was a devastating force. When massed together, the wall of spears, each one roughly 18 feet long, was nearly impossible to break. The soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, the spear points extending before them, creating a bristling wall of bronze that could withstand the charge of cavalry or the assault of infantry. Once the phalanx began to advance, stopping it was nearly impossible. Cavalry units worked in close coordination with the phalanx, hitting enemies on the flanks and exploiting gaps in their formations. When the enemy's attention was fixed on the impenetrable wall of spears, the cavalry would strike from the side, breaking formations, causing panic, turning an orderly retreat into a rout. Artillery, though primitive by later standards, provided additional firepower. Siege engines designed to hurl stones and bolts could break down walls and scatter troops. Alexander had learned the lessons of Greek history. He understood that frontal assaults against Persian numbers would fail. He needed to move with speed and decisiveness, to seek out the main Persian armies, to destroy them in battle, and to use his mobility to press his advantage before the Persians could organize a coordinated response. He understood that the Persians, commanding vast resources spread across enormous territories, would have difficulty concentrating their forces. The roads that Darius had built, designed to facilitate communication and the movement of trade goods throughout the empire, could now be used by Alexander to move his armies with remarkable speed. What had been built as a tool to hold the empire together could now be used to tear it apart. The Persian king at this time was Darius III, a competent ruler, but not a brilliant strategist. He had inherited an empire that was already showing signs of strain, already fragmented by rebellions and the loss of peripheral territories. When he learned of Alexander's invasion, he sent a satrap with a regional army to stop the Macedonian threat. The satrap, commanding a force that was larger than Alexander's, but less well-trained and less mobile, was defeated at the river Granicus. The Persian satrap was killed. His army was destroyed. Alexander pressed forward, advancing into Asia Minor, which had been the heartland of Persian power for centuries. City after city fell to the Macedonian forces. The inhabitants, many of whom had grown restless under Persian rule, often welcomed Alexander as a liberator rather than a conqueror. Alexander was careful to present himself as a liberator of oppressed peoples, not as a conqueror destroying a civilization. He treated conquered cities relatively well, allowing them to maintain their local customs and autonomy as long as they acknowledged his authority. He presented himself as a successor to the ancient Achaemenid kings, claiming to be restoring order and justice to a realm that had fallen into confusion and decline. This strategy was effective. Many Persian subjects, disgusted with the increasingly incompetent central government and the depredations of venal satraps, actually preferred Macedonian rule. Darius attempted to organize a response. He gathered a massive army, reported to number in the hundreds of thousands, though modern estimates are more conservative, suggesting perhaps 100,000 troops. He marched westward to confront Alexander. The two armies met at Gaugamela in 331 BCE in Mesopotamia. Darius had chosen the battlefield deliberately, selecting a flat plain where his superior numbers could be effectively deployed, where the Persian cavalry could maneuver more freely. But Alexander, outnumbered but confident in his army's superiority and in his own strategic genius, attacked. The battle was fierce and for a time seemed to hang in balance. But Alexander, demonstrating the tactical brilliance that would define his career, identified the weak point in the Persian line. He concentrated his forces against this weakness, broke through the Persian formation, and began to encircle Darius's army. Darius, seeing his army being defeated and fearing for his personal safety, fled the battlefield. The sight of their king fleeing broke the morale of the Persian forces. What had been a disciplined retreat became a rout. Thousands of Persians were killed. The Persian army, which had been the greatest military force the world had seen for centuries, was shattered. it was not immediately obvious that this meant the end of the empire. The Persian royal family still controlled significant territory. There were still Persian armies in the field. The empire was not a single unified command structure that could be destroyed by the loss of one battle. But Gaugamela was the death blow. It showed that the Persians could not defeat Alexander on the open field. It showed that the central authority was too weak to reverse the consequences of a military defeat. It showed that the end was approaching, though it would take a few more years to fully play out. Alexander pressed his advantage. He moved toward Babylon, the great city that had been the heart of Mesopotamian civilization and had served as one of the Persian administrative centers. The city fell to him relatively easily. The inhabitants, weary of Persian rule and recognizing that resistance would be futile, offered little opposition. Alexander entered Babylon and claimed the title of King of Babylon, positioning himself as the legitimate successor to Nebuchadnezzar and the other great Babylonian rulers, as well as to the Persian kings. He moved on to Persepolis, the ceremonial capital where the kings of Persia had held court. The approach to Persepolis was defended, but Alexander's forces overwhelmed the defenders. When Alexander entered the city, he found it abandoned. The Persians, recognizing that the city would fall, had evacuated the royal family and the most important officials. But the treasures and the archives and the symbolic heart of the empire remained. Alexander, whether in a moment of rage at the loss of Persepolis itself, or whether as a calculated symbolic gesture, ordered the city burned. The great Apadana, the monumental audience hall that had stood as the symbol of Persian power, was destroyed. The palaces were burned. The treasures were looted. The city that had been built as an eternal monument to Persian power was reduced to ruins. It was a symbolic end to the empire. The physical destruct. Ion of Persepolis meant more than the loss of one city. It meant the end of Persian imperial authority. It meant that the king could no longer offer the visual and tangible proof of his power. It meant that the machinery of imperial authority centered on the person of the king and the symbols and monuments associated with his rule had been broken. Darius III, attempting to rally remaining forces and continue the resistance, was eventually captured and killed, either by Alexander or by one of his own officials. Some accounts suggest he was killed by one of his own generals, a final indignity for a king who had lost the respect and loyalty of those around him. With the death of the last reigning Persian king, the empire officially ended. There was no formal surrender. There was no treaty. There was no ceremony acknowledging the end of an era. Simply, the machinery of empire ceased to function. The central authority that had held together such a vast realm for more than 2 centuries simply ceased to exist. The bureaucrats scattered. The administrators fled or submitted to the new master. The tax collectors who had brought tribute to the Persian king now brought tribute to Alexander. The satraps who remained either submitted to Alexander or were defeated and replaced. Some territories fought on for a time, but within a few years, all significant Persian resistance had ended. The empire that Cyrus the Great had built, that Darius had expanded and perfected, that had ruled over the known world for centuries, was gone, conquered, replaced by the Macedonian Empire of Alexander he Great. In less than a decade, a military campaign that had seemed impossible had succeeded completely. The greatest empire the world had yet seen had fallen to a young man and his army. It was one of the most dramatic transformations in ancient history. How could an empire so vast, so wealthy, so well organized, so administratively sophisticated, be defeated so completely and so quickly? Part of the answer lay in the internal decay that had been eating away at Persian power for decades. The satrapal revolts had weakened the central authority. The loss of peripheral territories had reduced the empire's resources. The succession of less capable rulers after Darius had meant that decisions were made without the wisdom and foresight that had characterized the empire's earlier years. Part of the answer also lay in the military innovations that Philip and Alexander had developed. The Macedonian phalanx was superior to the Persian military organization. The Macedonian cavalry was more mobile and more effective than the Persian cavalry. The Macedonian army was professional and well-trained in a way that the Persian forces, relying on levies and mercenaries, often were not. But perhaps the most important factor was simple economics. The Persian Empire, despite all its wealth, was spending more than it was taking in. The military campaigns were expensive. The maintenance of the bureaucracy was expensive. The construction and maintenance of roads and fortifications was expensive. The loss of wealthy territories like Egypt meant that income was declining, even as expenses remained high or increased. The empire was being slowly strangled by its own costs. When Alexander arrived with his smaller but more efficient army, the Persian Empire was unable to mount a sustained response. It could win individual battles, potentially, but it could not sustain a long campaign. It could not replace lost soldiers and equipment the way it had been able to in earlier times. It was an empire with an empty treasury, an overextended military, and a fractured political system. Against such an enemy, even a superior military force could not ultimately prevail. The fall of the empire was not a sudden catastrophe. It was the culmination of decades of slow decline, brought to its conclusion by a superior military force and brilliant military leadership. When viewed in this light, the fall of the Persian Empire seems less like a shocking disaster and more like the inevitable conclusion to a slow process of decay that had been underway for generations. Yet even as the formal political structures of the Persian Empire crumbled, its influence did not disappear. The administrative systems that the Persians had developed, the satrapy system, the use of a common administrative language, the respect for local customs and religions, these systems proved so effective that Alexander himself adopted them. He kept many Persian officials in their positions. He maintained the satrapy system. He encouraged his soldiers to marry Persian women. He himself adopted aspects of Persian dress and protocol. He presented himself not as a destroyer of Persian civilization, but as its heir and continuator. This was not mere propaganda, though propaganda it certainly was in part. It reflected a genuine recognition on Alexander's part that the Persians had created administrative and cultural systems that worked, that were sophisticated and effective, and that were worth preserving and incorporating into his own empire. The Persian language, Aramaic, which had been the administrative language of the empire, continued to be used in the regions that had been under Persian control. For centuries after the empire's fall, Aramaic remained the lingua franca of the Near East, the language in which business was conducted, treaties were negotiated, and officials communicated across vast distances. This linguistic continuity meant that the Persian way of thinking about administration and governance continued to be transmitted and preserved even after the political structures that had created it had ceased to exist. Persian art and architecture continued to influence the cultures that came after. The styles and techniques that had been developed under Persian rule were adopted and adapted by the Hellenistic kingdoms that Alexander's successors established. The blend of Persian and Greek artistic traditions that resulted created a new aesthetic that would characterize the Mediterranean world for centuries. The concept of the universal empire, the idea that it was possible to rule over vast territories containing many different peoples and cultures, an idea that the Persians had proved through centuries of practice, was adopted by Alexander and would become a standard concept in the ancient world. Later empires, from the Roman to the Ottoman, would draw on the Persian example when developing their own systems of imperial governance. The Zoroastrian religion, which had been the spiritual foundation of the Persian Empire, continued to be practiced in Persia and influenced Jewish and Christian thought in profound ways. The idea of a cosmic struggle between good and evil, between light and darkness, between a supreme god of goodness and a force of darkness and chaos, which was central to Zoroastrianism, influenced the development of Western religious thought in ways that are still visible today. The concepts of heaven and hell, of divine judgment, and the ultimate triumph of good over evil, all of these may have been influenced by or drawn from Zoroastrian teachings. Scholars have long debated the extent of this influence, but the parallels are striking enough that most scholars accept that some transmission of ideas occurred. The arts and crafts that had flourished under Persian rule continued. Persian metalwork, ceramics, weaving, these continued to be produced and traded throughout the Mediterranean and Near Eastern world. Persian techniques for working metal, for creating intricate patterns and designs, became the standard in many regions. Persian ceramics, prized for their beauty and quality, were sought after and imitated throughout the ancient world. Persian textiles, famous throughout antiquity for their quality and complexity, continued to be produced and remain some of the most valued trade goods in the ancient world. Persian food, Persian styles of dress, Persian architectural innovations, all of these spread and influenced the cultures that came after. The Persian concept of the king as the ultimate authority, as the bridge between heaven and earth, as the representative of divine will on earth, influenced how later rulers understood their own authority and their relationship to their subjects. The idea that a king ruled not by right of his people but by divine sanction, that his authority came from above and flowed downward, that he was responsible not to his people but to the gods. This concept was developed to a high degree by the Persians and would be adopted by rulers throughout history. Even modern political philosophy has been influenced, sometimes unconsciously, by the Persian conception of authority and power. The Persian Empire, in its political form, lasted for roughly 2.5 centuries, from its founding by Cyrus to its conquest by Alexander. But in its cultural and intellectual influence, it lasted far longer. The ideas and institutions that the Persians developed have influenced civilizations ever since. The systems of governance, the respect for cultural diversity, the development of extensive trade networks, the creation of monumental architecture as an expression of state power, the integration of diverse peoples into a single administrative system, the use of a common language for administrative purposes while respecting local languages and traditions. All of these are legacies of the Persian Empire that continue to shape human civilization. When we look at the great empires of history, when we see how Rome, or China, or the Ottoman Empire organized their far-flung territories, we are seeing ideas and practices that were pioneered or perfected by the Persians. And so the empire fell, yet lived on. The formal structures of political authority were destroyed, yet the ideas and practices that those structures embodied continued to influence the world. The last Persian king died in exile or captivity, yet the Persian culture and the Persian way of understanding power and empire proved more enduring than any individual ruler or any single empire could be. The Persians had built something that transcended their own political existence, something that would outlive the empire itself. In this way, the Persian Empire achieved a kind of immortality. It lived on not in the memory of conquests or in the recitation of battles, but in the structures and institutions that successor civilizations would adopt and adapt. It lived on in the roads that continued to carry trade and travelers, in the languages that continued to be spoken, in the artistic traditions that continued to be practiced. The empire was gone, but the influence of the empire would stretch across centuries and millennia, shaping human civilization in ways both visible and invisible, ways both obvious and subtle, and that, perhaps, is the greatest legacy any civilization can leave. In the second part of this podcast episode, we will focus more on the fall of the Persian Empire. The greatest empire the world had ever seen was about to tear itself apart from the inside. By the early 5th century BCE, the Achaemenid Persian Empire stretched from the Indus Valley to the shores of the Mediterranean, governing tens of millions of people across 3 continents. Its roads connected distant provinces. Its postal system functioned with remarkable efficiency, and its treasury overflowed with tribute from dozens of subject nations. Yet within this facade of strength, cracks were already forming. What appeared unshakable would prove surprisingly fragile. The trouble began not with foreign invasion, but with something far more insidious: palace politics. When Darius the Great died in 486 BCE, he left behind an empire at its peak and a succession that should have been straightforward. His chosen heir, Xerxes, ascended the throne without immediate challenge. But the very structure that made Persia powerful, its vast network of semi-autonomous provinces governed by satraps, also created opportunities for ambitious men to accumulate dangerous levels of personal power. These governors commanded their own troops, collected their own taxes, and often ruled their territories like independent kingdoms. The only thing keeping them loyal was the authority and prestige of the King of Kings himself. Xerxes inherited his father's empire, but not his father's reputation. Darius had built the imperial system through decades of careful management and military success. Xerxes would have to prove himself, and he knew it. The new king faced immediate tests. Egypt, conquered by his father just a few years earlier, erupted in revolt before Darius was even cold in his tomb. The Egyptians had never fully accepted Persian rule, and they saw the transition of power as their moment. Xerxes responded with overwhelming force, crushing the rebellion in 484 BCE and installing even harsher controls than before. Where Darius had allowed some degree of local autonomy, Xerxes stripped Egypt of its privileges and turned it into a directly administered province. Babylon rebelled next, twice. The ancient city had been the jewel of Mesopotamia long before Persians ever set foot there, and its citizens resented foreign domination. In 484 and again in 482 BCE, Babylonian rebels attempted to throw off Persian control. Xerxes crushed both uprisings with brutal efficiency, but he went further. He destroyed the city's fortifications, melted down the golden statue of Marduk, the chief Babylonian god, and abolished the traditional title of King of Babylon that Persian monarchs had previously adopted to legitimize their rule. The message was clear: rebellion would not be tolerated, and local traditions meant nothing if they threatened imperial unity. These revolts revealed something troubling. The empire's subjects weren't content. They obeyed out of fear and calculation, not loyalty. The multicultural tolerance that Darius had carefully cultivated was giving way to something harsher and more coercive. Xerxes ruled through intimidation, and intimidation only works until someone calls your bluff. That someone turned out to be the Greeks. The Greco-Persian Wars didn't emerge from nowhere. They were the culmination of decades of tension between the expanding Persian Empire and the fiercely independent Greek city-states. The conflict began in 499 BCE, when the Ionian Greeks, cities on the western coast of Asia Minor that had fallen under Persian control, revolted against their overlords. Athens and Eretria, cities on the Greek mainland, sent ships and soldiers to help. The revolt lasted 6 years before Darius crushed it completely. But he didn't forget the Greek interference. Darius dispatched a punitive expedition across the Aegean in 490 BCE. The Persian fleet sailed island by island, subjugating or destroying any community that resisted. When they reached Eretria, they besieged it, captured it, and burned it to the ground. Then they turned toward Athens. The Athenians marched out to meet them at Marathon, a a coastal plain northeast of the city. Against all odds, the Greek hoplites shattered the Persian line. It wasn't even close. The Persians lost over 6,000 men. The Athenians lost fewer than 200. The invaders retreated to their ships and sailed home, leaving Darius humiliated and enraged. Marathon should have been a wake-up call. A small Greek force had defeated a Persian army on open ground. But the lesson Darius drew wasn't that his tactics were flawed. It was that he hadn't sent enough men. He began planning a much larger invasion, one that would overwhelm Greece through sheer scale. Death interrupted those plans. The task fell to Xerxes. Xerxes spent 4 years preparing. 4 years. He assembled the largest military force the ancient world had ever seen, drawing troops from every corner of his empire. Modern estimates vary wildly, but ancient sources claimed hundreds of thousands of soldiers, possibly more. Even if those numbers are exaggerated, and they almost certainly are, the army was enormous by any measure. Xerxes didn't just want to punish Athens. He wanted to conquer all of Greece and add it permanently to his empire. In 480 BCE, the invasion began. The Persian army marched overland through Thrace and Macedonia, while the fleet shadowed them along the coast. Greek city-states scrambled to organize a defense, though many simply surrendered without fighting. Sparta and Athens led the resistance, but they were badly outnumbered. The Greeks chose to make their stand at Thermopylae, a narrow coastal pass where Xerxes couldn't bring his numerical superiority to bear. For 2 days, a small Greek force led by the Spartan king Leonidas held the Persians at bay. The fighting was savage. Wave after wave of Persian soldiers crashed against the Greek phalanx and broke apart. Xerxes grew increasingly frustrated. His elite troops, the Immortals, fared no better than the rest. Then a local Greek traitor showed the Persians a mountain path that bypassed the pass. Leonidas realized his position was compromised. He dismissed most of his army, but stayed behind with 300 Spartans and a few hundred other Greeks to buy time. They fought to the last man. The Persians won, but the victory cost them dearly in both casualties and time. Thermopylae became legend, but it was still a defeat. The road to Athens lay open. Xerxes marched south and burned the city. The population had already evacuated to the nearby island of Salamis, taking their fleet with them. The Athenian general Themistocles convinced the other Greek commanders that their only hope was a naval battle in the narrow straits near Salamis, where the Persian numbers would again be neutralized. Xerxes took the bait. He ordered his fleet into the straits, confident that sheer mass would overwhelm the Greeks. Instead, the Persian ships became tangled and disorganized in the confined waters. Greek triremes rammed them again and again, sinking or crippling hundreds of vessels. Xerxes watched the disaster unfold from a golden throne on a hillside overlooking the battle. By the end of the day, his fleet was destroyed. The naval defeat at Salamis didn't end the war, but it changed everything. Without a functioning fleet, Xerxes couldn't supply his massive army in Greece. He withdrew most of his forces back to Asia, leaving behind a smaller army under his general Mardonius to continue the campaign. The following year, in 479 BCE, a united Greek army met Mardonius at Plataea. The battle was decisive. The Greeks shattered the Persian army. Mardonius died in the fighting. On the same day, or so the Greeks later claimed, their fleet crossed the Aegean and destroyed the remnants of the Persian navy at Mycale on the coast of Asia Minor. The twin victories at Plataea and Mycale ended Persia's attempt to conquer Greece. More than that, they marked the beginning of Persia's retreat from the Aegean world. The consequences rippled outward. Greek city-states in Asia Minor that had been under Persian control for generations began to revolt again, emboldened by Athens' willingness to support them. The Delian League, an alliance of Greek states led by Athens, was formed explicitly to continue the war against Persia and liberate Greek cities still under Persian rule. For the next 30 years, Athens and its allies waged an aggressive campaign, attacking Persian territories, raiding Persian shipping, and gradually pushing Persian influence out of the Aegean. Xerxes returned to Persia a diminished figure. He had squandered enormous resources on a failed invasion. He had lost 2 major battles against a supposedly inferior enemy. The aura of Persian invincibility that his father had built was shattered, and the Greek victories sent a message to every subject people within the empire. Persia could be beaten. The king retreated into his palaces. He became increasingly absorbed in court intrigues and construction projects, building grand monuments at Persepolis while his empire slowly frayed at the edges. The satraps in the western provinces, left to deal with the Greek threat on their own, began acting with greater independence. Central authority weakened. Provincial governors stopped waiting for orders from the capital and started making their own decisions. Then, in 465 BCE, Xerxes was murdered. The assassin was Artabanus, the commander of the royal bodyguard. The exact motives remain unclear, but palace intrigue and succession disputes were almost certainly involved. Artabanus attempted to place his own candidate on the throne, but Xerxes' son Artaxerxes fought back and secured the crown for himself. The new king had Artabanus executed, but the damage was done. The Persian court had revealed itself to be a nest of conspiracies, where even the king wasn't safe. Artaxerxes I ruled for 40 years, but his reign was defined by crisis management rather than expansion. He faced revolt after revolt. Egypt rebelled in 460 BCE with Athenian support, and it took 6 years of brutal fighting to reconquer it. Satraps in Asia Minor operated with near-total autonomy, negotiating directly with Greek city-states and sometimes fighting private wars. The king's authority was increasingly theoretical. He could issue commands, but whether anyone obeyed depended on their own calculations of interest and power. The Greeks, meanwhile, continued their attacks. Athenian fleets raided Persian coasts. Greek mercenaries fought in every Persian civil conflict, selling their services to whichever satrap paid the most. The empire's military reputation never recovered from the defeats at Salamis and Plataea. Persian armies were no longer feared. They were just another military force, and often not a particularly effective one. The Greco-Persian Wars officially ended in 449 BCE with the Peace of Callias, a treaty that recognized Greek independence and established boundaries between the two powers. But the peace was less a triumph for Persia than an admission of exhaustion. The empire had failed to expand westward and had lost control of the Aegean. The king of kings who claimed to rule the world couldn't even pacify a handful of fractious Greek cities. What's remarkable is how quickly the rot spread. Within a single generation, Persia went from unquestioned dominance to strategic stalemate. The military defeats were serious, but they weren't catastrophic. Persia still controlled vast territories and enormous wealth. The real damage was psychological and political. The empire's subjects no longer believed in its invincibility. The satraps no longer feared the king's wrath, and the court descended into a pattern of intrigue, assassination, and succession crises that would plague it for the next century. The greatest empire the world had ever seen was beginning to crumble, and the worst was yet to come. The collapse didn't happen overnight. It happened slowly, steadily, like water eroding stone. After the death of Artaxerxes I in 424 BCE, the empire entered a period of instability that would define the next several decades. His successor, Xerxes II, lasted barely 45 days before being murdered by his half-brother Sogdianus. Sogdianus himself ruled for only 6 months before another half-brother, Darius II, overthrew him and took the throne. 3 kings in less than a year. The message was unmistakable. The royal family was eating itself alive. Darius II managed to hold on to power for 19 years, but his reign was marked by constant internal conflict. Rebellions erupted in Media, Lycia, and Egypt. Satraps waged private wars against each other. The king's authority was increasingly nominal. He ruled from Susa and Persepolis, but beyond the royal heartland, his word carried less and less weight. Provincial governors collected taxes and kept the revenue. They raised armies loyal to themselves, not the crown. The empire was fracturing along regional lines, held together more by inertia than actual control. And then there was the problem of the Greeks. They hadn't gone away. In fact, they'd become bolder. Athens rebuilt its navy and reasserted its dominance in the Aegean. Sparta emerged as the dominant land power in Greece. And the two rival city-states spent decades fighting each other in the Peloponnesian War, a brutal conflict that consumed Greece from 431 to 404 BCE. Persia, sensing opportunity, played both sides. Persian gold flowed to Sparta, then to Athens, then back to Sparta again. The strategy was simple: keep the Greeks fighting each other so they wouldn't unite against Persia. It worked to an extent, but it also revealed just how hollow Persian military power had become. The empire couldn't defeat the Greeks directly, so it had to bribe them. Persian armies were no longer the terror they'd once been. Greek mercenaries were considered superior fighters, and Persian commanders increasingly relied on hiring them rather than fielding native troops. The empire that had once conquered half the known world now paid others to fight its wars. When Darius II died in 404 BCE, another succession crisis erupted. His eldest son, Artaxerxes II, took the throne, but his younger brother, Cyrus the Younger, refused to accept it. Cyrus was ambitious, charismatic, and backed by substantial forces in Asia Minor. He gathered an army and marched inland, aiming to overthrow his brother and claim the throne for himself. This wasn't a minor provincial revolt. This was a direct challenge to the king's legitimacy, led by a member of the royal family with significant support among the nobility. Cyrus hired 10,000 Greek mercenaries to bolster his forces. These weren't random soldiers. They were professional hoplites, veterans of the Peloponnesian War, disciplined and deadly. The two armies met at Cunaxa near Babylon in 401 BCE. The Greeks smashed through the opposition in front of them, but Cyrus himself was killed in the fighting. His death ended the rebellion instantly. His native troops deserted or surrendered, but the Greeks were stranded deep in enemy territory, hundreds of miles from home, surrounded by hostile forces. What happened next became legendary. The Greeks, under the leadership of a commander named Xenophon, fought their way back to the coast. They marched through mountains and deserts, battled local tribes and Persian forces, and eventually reached the Black Sea. Xenophon later wrote an account of the journey called the Anabasis, and it became one of the most famous military narratives in Greek literature. But the real significance wasn't literary, it was strategic. The Greeks had marched into the heart of the Persian Empire, fought their way out, and survived. They proved that Persia's interior was vulnerable. Its armies were beatable. Its defenses were weak. The message wasn't lost on ambitious Greeks. If 10,000 mercenaries could march to Babylon and back, what could a real army do? Artaxerxes II ruled for 46 years, the longest reign of any Achaemenid king after Darius I. But longevity didn't mean strength. His reign was plagued by revolts. Egypt broke free in 404 BCE and remained independent for 6 decades despite multiple Persian attempts to reconquer it. Satraps in Asia Minor revolted in what became known as the Great Satrapal Revolt, a coordinated uprising that lasted from 372 to 362 BCE. The king crushed it eventually, but only through a combination of military force and bribery. The empire was held together by deals and concessions, not authority. Court intrigue continued to fester. Royal women wielded enormous influence behind the scenes, manipulating succession and orchestrating assassinations. The king's mother, Parysatis, was said to have poisoned Artaxerxes' wife after a long-running feud. Princes plotted against each other. Eunuchs and advisors played dangerous games of power, betting their lives on backing the right faction. The royal court had become a viper pit where survival depended on cunning rather than loyalty. When Artaxerxes II finally died in 358 BCE, his son, Artaxerxes III, took the throne. Unlike his father, Artaxerxes III was ruthless. He immediately had most of his relatives murdered to eliminate potential rivals. Then he turned his attention to reasserting royal authority. He crushed revolts in Phoenicia and Cyprus. He invaded Egypt in 343 BCE and finally reconquered it after decades of independence. For a brief moment, it looked like the empire might stabilize, but the reprieve was temporary. In 338 BCE, Artaxerxes III was poisoned by Bagoas, the most powerful eunuch at court. Bagoas installed the king's youngest son, Arses, on the throne, expecting him to be a puppet. When Arses showed signs of independence, Bagoas poisoned him too. Then Bagoas reached further into the royal family and found a distant cousin named Darius. This man became Darius III, the 13th and final king of kings of Persia. Darius III wasn't supposed to be king. He was an obscure member of the royal family, a former satrap with no real power base. He owed his throne entirely to Bagoas, which meant he had no legitimacy among the nobility and no support from the military. His first act as king was to force Bagoas to drink his own poison, eliminating the man who'd made him king. It was a bold move, but it didn't solve his fundamental problem. He was a weak king ruling a fractured empire at the worst possible moment in its history. Because while Persia tore itself apart, something dangerous was happening in the west. Macedon, a kingdom on the northern fringe of Greece, had been quietly building power. Under King Philip II, Macedon transformed from a backward, tribal society into a military juggernaut. Philip reorganized the army, introduced new tactics, and conquered most of Greece. In 338 BCE, the same year Artaxerxes III was poisoned, Philip crushed a combined Athenian and Theban army at the Battle of Cheronea. Greece was now under Macedonian control. Philip announced plans to invade Persia. He framed it as a war of revenge for the Persian invasions of Greece over a century earlier. The Greek city-states, now subjects of Macedon, were expected to contribute troops. An advance force crossed into Asia Minor in 336 BCE. But before Philip could follow, he was assassinated at his daughter's wedding. The invasion was left to his son. Alexander III was 20 years old when he became king. He was young, untested, and immediately faced revolts across Greece. Many assumed the invasion of Persia would be abandoned. They were wrong. Alexander crushed the Greek rebellions with terrifying speed, then turned east. In 334 BCE, he crossed the Hellespont with around 40,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry. It wasn't an enormous army by Persian standards, but it was disciplined, professional, and led by a commander with an almost supernatural grasp of tactics. The Persian response was disorganized. Darius III didn't take the invasion seriously at first. He assigned local satraps to deal with it, expecting them to stop the Macedonians at the border. The satraps gathered their forces at the Granicus River in northwestern Asia Minor and offered battle. It was a mistake. Alexander attacked immediately, leading the charge himself. The Macedonian cavalry smashed through the Persian lines. The satraps were killed or fled. The entire western defense collapsed in a single afternoon. Alexander moved south along the coast, liberating Greek cities, and accepting the surrender of Persian-held territories. City after city opened its gates. The Persian provincial capital of Sardis surrendered without a fight. The great port of Miletus fell after a brief siege. Within months, Alexander controlled the entire western coastline of Asia Minor, and Darius still hadn't personally intervened. By 333 BCE, Darius finally understood the scale of the threat. He gathered an army in Babylon and marched west to confront Alexander directly. Ancient sources claim Darius commanded 600,000 men, but modern historians consider that wildly exaggerated. The real number was probably closer to 100,000. Still, it was a massive force, far larger than anything Alexander commanded. The two armies met at Issus, near the modern border between Turkey and Syria. The battlefield was a narrow coastal plain, hemmed in by mountains on one side and the sea on the other. Darius couldn't deploy his full numbers. His cavalry had no room to maneuver. His chariots were useless. Alexander, on the other hand, had chosen the ground perfectly. He led a cavalry charge directly at the Persian center, aiming for Darius himself. The Persian king, seeing the Macedonians bearing down on him, panicked and fled. Thus, his army disintegrated. Soldiers threw down their weapons and ran. Thousands were slaughtered in the pursuit. Darius abandoned his royal tent, his treasury, and his family. Alexander captured the king's mother, wife, and children. He treated them with respect, but the propaganda value was immense. The King of Kings had fled the battlefield like a coward, leaving his family to the mercy of his enemy. Darius sent ambassadors offering peace. He proposed a ransom for his family, recognition of Alexander's conquests, and an alliance. Alexander's general Parmenion supposedly said, "If I were Alexander, I would accept." Alexander replied, "If I were Parmenion, so would I." He rejected the offer and continued south. For the next 2 years, Alexander methodically conquered the eastern Mediterranean. He besieged Tyre, the greatest naval base in the region, and took it after 7 months of brutal fighting. He captured Gaza. He marched into Egypt, where the Persian satrap surrendered without resistance. The Egyptians hailed him as a liberator. He founded the city of Alexandria, which would become one of the greatest cities in the ancient world. While Alexander was in Egypt, Darius sent another embassy. This time he offered half the empire. Everything west of the Euphrates, plus 10,000 talents of gold, plus a marriage alliance. It was an extraordinary offer. Many in Alexander's camp urged him to accept, but Alexander refused again. He didn't want half the empire. He wanted all of it, and he wanted Darius dead or in chains. In 331 BCE, Alexander marched east into Mesopotamia. Darius gathered another massive army and waited for him near the village of Gaugamela, close to the ruins of ancient Nineveh. This time, Darius chose the battlefield carefully. The ground was flat and open, perfect for cavalry and chariots. He'd had the terrain leveled and cleared to give his forces maximum mobility. He commanded perhaps 200,000 men, possibly more. Ancient sources vary wildly, but all agree that the Persian army vastly outnumbered the Macedonians. The battle began at dawn. Persian chariots charged the Macedonian lines but were stopped by javelin throwers who killed the horses. Alexander's cavalry swept around the Persian flank, punching through the line and driving straight toward Darius. Once again, the Persian king fled. Once again, his army collapsed. The slaughter was immense. Tens of thousands of Persians died. Darius escaped into the night with a small group of horsemen, abandoning his army to its fate. Alexander didn't pursue immediately. He turned south toward Babylon, which surrendered without resistance. Then he marched to Susa, where he captured the royal treasury, 50,000 talents of gold and silver, an unimaginable fortune. He continued to Persepolis, the ceremonial capital of the empire. The city surrendered. Alexander's troops were allowed to loot it. Months later, Alexander burned the royal palace. Ancient historians debate whether it was deliberate or accidental, but the symbolism was clear. The heart of the Persian Empire was in flames. Darius fled east, hoping to raise another army in the Iranian plateau. But he was a king without a kingdom. His generals had lost faith. His satraps were defecting to Alexander. In 330 BCE, Darius was betrayed by his own men. Bessus, the satrap of Bactria, arrested him and declared himself the new king. When Alexander's forces drew close, Bessus and his conspirators stabbed Darius and left him to die on the roadside. Alexander found Darius's body and gave him a royal burial. It was a calculated gesture. Alexander wasn't just conquering Persia. He was claiming to be its rightful ruler. The Achaemenid dynasty was finished, but Alexander wasn't finished. Not even close. The death of Darius removed the last legitimate symbol of Achaemenid authority, but large parts of the empire remained unconquered. The eastern provinces, the mountainous regions of Iran, the vast steppes of Central Asia. These territories had never seen Alexander's army. Their rulers had never bent the knee, and many of them had no intention of doing so. Alexander declared himself the successor to Darius. He adopted Persian royal dress, incorporated Persian nobles into his court, and began to enforce Persian customs among his officers. This wasn't just political theatre. Alexander understood that conquest alone wouldn't hold an empire this size. He needed legitimacy. He needed continuity. So he positioned himself not as a foreign invader, but as the rightful king of kings, chosen by the gods to rule Asia. Many Macedonians hated this. They'd fought for years to destroy the Persian Empire, and now their king was dressing like a Persian, bowing to Persian etiquette, and demanding that they prostrate themselves before him in the traditional Persian gesture of proskynesis. To Greeks and Macedonians, this was humiliating. It was the act of a slave, not a free man. Tensions rose. Alexander executed several of his closest companions for conspiracy. Others were dismissed or demoted. The army that had conquered the world was beginning to fracture from within. But Alexander pressed on. He marched east into what is now Afghanistan, chasing down Bessus, the man who had murdered Darius. Bessus had proclaimed himself king, styling himself as Artaxerxes V, but his support was thin. Local satraps didn't rally to him. His own allies eventually betrayed him and handed him over to Alexander. Alexander had him tortured and executed in the traditional Persian manner, his nose and ears cut off before being sent to Ecbatana for a public trial and execution. It was brutal, deliberate, and designed to send a message. Alexander was not just a conqueror. He was the enforcer of Persian law. The campaign in the eastern provinces dragged on for 3 years. Alexander fought in Bactria and Sogdiana, modern-day Afghanistan and Uzbekistan, against local warlords and nomadic tribes. These weren't set-piece battles like Gaugamela. This was guerrilla warfare, ambushes, raids, sieges of mountain fortresses. Alexander's army suffered heavy casualties. Progress was slow. The terrain was harsh. Winters were brutal. Supply lines stretched to the breaking point. One of the most famous episodes from this period involved the Sogdian Rock, a fortress perched on a near-vertical cliff that local leaders claimed was impregnable. Alexander's engineers found a way to scale the cliffs at night. His soldiers climbed in darkness, using iron pegs and ropes. When the defenders woke at dawn, Macedonian troops were already on the heights above them. The fortress surrendered without a fight. It was a stunning display of ingenuity and determination, but it also revealed the kind of brutal, grinding effort required to subdue these regions. During this campaign, Alexander married Roxana, the daughter of a Bactrian nobleman. The marriage was partly political, designed to cement alliances with local elites. But it also reflected Alexander's broader strategy of fusion. He wanted to blend Macedonian and Persian cultures, creating a hybrid ruling class that could govern the empire together. He encouraged his officers to marry Persian women. He trained tens of thousands of young Persians in Macedonian military tactics, incorporating them into his army. He founded cities across the region, many named Alexandria, and populated them with Greek colonists and local inhabitants. But the cost was staggering. Thousands of Macedonian soldiers had died. Thousands more were exhausted, disillusioned, and desperate to go home. Mutinies broke out. At one point, Alexander's own troops refused to march further, forcing him to turn back from India. The dream of endless conquest was colliding with the reality of human endurance. What's often overlooked in the story of Alexander's conquests is how much of the Persian Empire's infrastructure he relied on. He didn't build a new empire from scratch. He inherited one. The royal road, the postal system, the administrative divisions, the satrapies. All of these remained in place. Alexander simply replaced the Persian officials with his own appointees, or in many cases, kept the existing officials and demanded their loyalty. The Persian system of governance was too sophisticated to discard. It had taken centuries to develop, and it worked. Alexander understood this. He kept the satrapy system intact. He continued to collect taxes using Persian methods. He even minted coins with his image on one side and Persian symbols on the other, signaling continuity rather than rupture. In many ways, Alexander's empire was less a Macedonian creation and more a Macedonian takeover of an existing Persian framework. This reliance on Persian structures would have profound consequences. When Alexander died suddenly in 323 BCE at the age of 32, his empire had no clear succession plan. His generals, known as the Diadochi, immediately began fighting over the spoils. The empire fractured into warring kingdoms. But even in division, the Persian legacy endured. The Seleucid Empire, which controlled most of the former Persian heartland, adopted Persian administrative practices. The Ptolemaic kingdom in Egypt did the same. The very concept of Hellenistic kingship, the fusion of Greek and Eastern traditions, was built on the foundation of Achaemenid imperial ideology. So why did the Persian Empire fall? The answer isn't simple, and it wasn't inevitable. The empire didn't collapse because of internal rot or because it was destined to fail. It fell because it faced an unprecedented military genius at the worst possible moment in its history. Darius III inherited an empire that was still vast, still wealthy, and still capable of raising enormous armies. But he also inherited an empire weakened by decades of internal strife, succession crises, and rebellions. The central authority that had held the empire together under Darius I and Xerxes had eroded. Satraps acted independently. Provincial loyalty was uncertain. The army, while large, was not as cohesive or as well-trained as it had once been. Alexander exploited these weaknesses brilliantly. He didn't just win battles, he dismantled the empire piece by piece, targeting its key strategic assets. He neutralized the Persian navy by conquering the coastal cities. He captured the treasuries, depriving the empire of its wealth. He co-opted local elites, offering them positions of power in exchange for submission. And he moved fast, never giving the Persians time to regroup or rebuild. But even Alexander's conquests don't fully explain the fall. What truly killed the Achaemenid Empire was the death of Darius III. With him died the legitimacy of the royal bloodline. No one could claim the throne after him. Bessus tried and failed. Without a king, the empire had no center. It simply dissolved. Yet Persia itself did not disappear. Persian culture, language, religion and identity survived. The administrative systems the Achaemenids built continued to function under new rulers. The concept of a universal empire, ruled by a divinely appointed king, lived on in Hellenistic and later Roman ideology. Even the Parthians and Sasanians, who would later reclaim Persian independence, looked back to the Achaemenids as their spiritual and political ancestors. In this sense, the fall of the Persian Empire was not an ending. It was a transformation. The political structure collapsed, but the cultural and administrative legacy remained embedded in the fabric of the ancient world. When Rome later adopted many of the same bureaucratic practices, when Islamic caliphates structured their administrations along similar lines, they were building on foundations laid by the Achaemenids centuries earlier. Alexander's empire didn't last. Within a generation of his death, it had splintered into rival kingdoms. But the Persian model of empire endured. It influenced every major state that followed. The idea that a single ruler could govern a vast, multi-ethnic territory through a network of provincial administrators, bound together by roads, communication systems, and a centralized bureaucracy. That was a Persian invention. And it never truly died. The burning of Persepolis symbolized the end of one era, but it also marked the beginning of another. The flames consumed the palaces, but they couldn't erase the memory of what had been built there. For 2 centuries, the Achaemenid Empire had been the greatest power on earth. It had governed with a level of sophistication and tolerance that wouldn't be matched for centuries. It had connected 3 continents, dozens of cultures, and millions of people under a single system of law and administration. That achievement didn't vanish with Darius's death. It echoed forward through time, shaping the empires that followed. The Hellenistic kingdoms borrowed its structure. Rome adapted its methods. Islamic empires studied its history. Even modern states owe a debt to the administrative innovations pioneered by the Achaemenids. So when we ask why the Persian Empire fell, we also have to ask what it left behind. And the answer is everything. The empire fell, but its legacy became the foundation of the ancient world. Darius's defeat at Issus shattered more than his army. It cracked the illusion of Persian invincibility. For decades, the empire had held together through a mixture of military strength, administrative efficiency, and the belief that the great king ruled by divine right. Now that belief wavered. Darius had fled the battlefield. His family was in enemy hands, his treasury captured, and Alexander, the Macedonian upstart, was being called the liberator of Asia. This wasn't just a military setback, it was a legitimacy crisis. In the Persian system, the king's authority flowed from his ability to protect his subjects and project power. When he failed to do either, the entire structure began to wobble. Satraps started hedging their bets, local elites reconsidered their loyalties, and soldiers, mercenaries especially, began to wonder whether they were fighting for a losing cause. Darius knew he needed time to rebuild his forces, reorganize his command structure, and rally the eastern provinces. But Alexander wasn't interested in giving him any. After Issus, the Macedonian king turned south, targeting the coastal cities of Phoenicia and Egypt. This wasn't random. Alexander understood that the Persian Empire's greatest remaining strategic asset was its navy, and that navy depended on ports. The siege of Tyre became one of the defining moments of the campaign. Tyre was an island fortress, one of the most heavily defended cities in the ancient world. Its walls rose directly from the sea, and its navy controlled the surrounding waters. Taking it seemed impossible, but Alexander was nothing if not relentless. He ordered his engineers to build a causeway, a massive land bridge stretching from the mainland to the island. The Tyrians fought back with everything they had. They sent fireships to destroy the causeway. They poured boiling sand on the attackers. They held out for 7 months. When the city finally fell in July 332, Alexander's response was brutal. Thousands were killed. Thousands more were sold into slavery. The message was clear. Resistance would be met with annihilation, but cooperation would be rewarded. Cities that surrendered were spared. Local leaders who submitted were allowed to keep their positions. Alexander wasn't just conquering territory, he was dismantling the Persian Empire's infrastructure and repurposing it for his own use. Egypt fell without a fight. The Persian satrap, Mazatzes, simply handed over the province. Why resist? The writing was on the wall. Darius had lost control of the West. The treasury was gone. The navy was crippled. And Alexander was offering terms that many local rulers found acceptable. He didn't impose Macedonian governors everywhere. He didn't force Greek culture on conquered peoples. Instead, he adopted Persian administrative practices, kept existing bureaucracies intact, and presented himself as the legitimate successor to the Achaemenid kings. This was brilliant propaganda. Alexander wasn't destroying Persia, he was claiming it. He visited the oracle at Siwa and was declared the son of Amun, linking himself to both Egyptian and Persian divine kingship traditions. He founded Alexandria, a city that would become one of the greatest centers of culture and commerce in the ancient world. And he sent word to Darius. There would be no negotiations, no compromise. If Darius wanted his empire back, he would have to take it by force. Darius tried one last diplomatic push. He offered Alexander everything west of the Euphrates River. Half the empire, a massive ransom for his family, recognition as a legitimate king. Parmenion, Alexander's senior general, reportedly advised him to accept. "If I were Alexander," he said, "I would take this offer." Alexander's response has echoed through history. But I am not Parmenion. He rejected the terms, not because he was irrational, but because he understood something fundamental about power. Accepting half the empire would legitimize Darius's claim to the other half. It would create a rival power base. It would leave the possibility of future conflict. Alexander wanted total victory, not a negotiated settlement. He wanted to be the king of Asia, not just the king of the western provinces. So Darius prepared for one final confrontation. He withdrew to Babylon and began assembling the largest army the ancient world had ever seen. Troops from every corner of the empire, heavy cavalry from Bactria, scythed chariots from the eastern provinces, war elephants from India, Greek mercenaries who fought for gold rather than loyalty. The numbers were staggering. Ancient sources claim as many as 250,000 men, though modern historians consider that an exaggeration. Even a conservative estimate puts Darius's force at over 100,000 soldiers. He chose the battlefield carefully. Gaugamela, a flat plain near the city of Arbela in northern Mesopotamia. The terrain was perfect for cavalry and chariots. Darius even had his engineers level the ground further, removing obstacles that might disrupt his formations. He was determined not to repeat the mistakes of Issus. This time, he would use his numerical advantage. This time, he would crush Alexander in open battle. Alexander arrived in the fall of 331. His army was smaller, perhaps 47,000 men, but it was hardened by years of campaigning. His soldiers trusted him completely. They had followed him across Asia Minor, through Phoenicia, into Egypt, and now into the heart of the Persian Empire. They believed he was invincible, and that belief was a weapon in itself. The night before the battle, Alexander's generals urged him to attack under cover of darkness. A night assault might neutralize the Persian numerical advantage and create confusion in their ranks. Alexander refused. "I will not steal victory," he said. It was a calculated risk. He wanted the battle to be decisive, not ambiguous. He wanted the world to see that he had defeated Darius in a fair fight, on ground of Darius's choosing. On the morning of October 1st, the two armies faced each other across the plain. Darius positioned himself in the center, surrounded by his elite guards and the best of his infantry. His cavalry anchored the flanks. His chariots waited in front, ready to charge. The Persian line stretched for miles, a vast sea of soldiers, horses, and banners. Alexander arranged his forces differently. He didn't spread his line to match the Persian width. Instead, he concentrated his strength on the right, where he personally commanded the companion cavalry. His strategy was simple but dangerous. He would draw the Persian cavalry into a fight on the flanks, then punch through the center with his elite units, targeting Darius himself. The battle began with the scythed chariots. They thundered across the plain, blades spinning, designed to shatter infantry formations. But Alexander's troops had trained for this. They opened gaps in their lines, letting the chariots pass through harmlessly, then closed ranks and cut down the drivers. The psychological weapon that was supposed to terrify the Macedonians barely slowed them down. On the flanks, the fighting was brutal. Persian cavalry outnumbered the Macedonians and pressed them hard. For a moment, it looked like Darius's plan was working. His forces were enveloping Alexander's army, threatening to surround it. But Alexander saw the opportunity. As the Persian cavalry extended further and further, they created a gap in the center of the line. Alexander didn't hesitate. He led the companion cavalry in a wedge formation, driving straight into that gap. His target was Darius. If he could kill or capture the king, the battle would be over. The Persians fought desperately to protect their monarch, but the Macedonian phalanx was unstoppable. They carved through the Persian center like a spear through cloth. Darius saw Alexander coming. He saw his guards falling. He saw the Macedonian cavalry closing in, and he made the same decision he had made at Issus. He fled. This time, there was no ambiguity. He turned his chariot and rode east, abandoning his army in the middle of the battle. The impact was immediate. When the Persian soldiers saw their king retreating, morale collapsed. Units began to break and run. What had been a disciplined army moments before became a chaotic mob. Alexander's forces pursued, cutting down thousands as they fled. The Battle of Gaugamela wasn't just a victory, it was a slaughter. But Alexander didn't chase Darius immediately. He had more pressing concerns. The Persian royal camp was nearby, filled with treasure, supplies, and the spoils of empire. His soldiers needed rest and rewards, and he needed to secure the cities that lay ahead. Babylon opened its gates without resistance. So did Susa. The treasuries of both cities fell into Alexander's hands, adding unimaginable wealth to his war chest. Persian gold would fund the rest of his conquests. Darius fled east, hoping to rally support in the provinces. But the empire was fracturing. Satraps who had once obeyed without question now calculated their own survival. Some submitted to Alexander. Others tried to carve out independent power bases. The central authority that had held the empire together for 2 centuries was dissolving. In January 330, Alexander marched on Persepolis, the ceremonial capital of the empire. The city was more than a political center. It was a symbol. The palaces, the reliefs, the inscriptions, all proclaimed the glory of the Achaemenid dynasty. Taking Persepolis would be the ultimate statement. The Persian Empire was finished. The city surrendered, but Alexander's treatment of it remains controversial. After securing the treasury, one of the largest in the empire, he allowed his troops to loot the city. Then, months later, he ordered the palaces burned. Ancient sources offer different explanations. Some say it was revenge for the Persian sack of Athens a century and a half earlier. Others claim it was a drunken decision made during a banquet. Modern historians debate whether it was strategic, symbolic, or simply vengeful. Whatever the reason, the flames that consumed Persepolis marked the end of an era. The Achaemenid dynasty, which had ruled for over 2 centuries, was finished as a political force. Darius was still alive, still technically the king, but he was a king without an empire. He fled further east, into Bactria, hoping to find refuge among the distant provinces, but even there, loyalty was crumbling. Bessus, the satrap of Bactria and a distant relative of Darius, made his move. He arrested the king, claiming that Darius's failures had forfeited his right to rule. Bessus declared himself the new king, taking the royal name Artaxerxes V. It was a desperate bid for legitimacy, an attempt to rally resistance against Alexander by presenting a new leader, but it was too late. The empire was already gone. When Alexander learned of Darius's arrest, he pursued relentlessly. He wasn't interested in Bessus's claim. He was interested in eliminating any rival who might challenge his authority. In the summer of 330, Alexander's forces caught up with Bessus's convoy. Rather than face capture, Bessus's men stabbed Darius and left him to die on the side of the road. Alexander arrived shortly after. He found Darius's body, still warm, abandoned by the men who were supposed to protect him. Ancient sources say Alexander covered the body with his own cloak, a gesture of respect for a fallen king. Whether or not that's true, the symbolism was clear. Alexander wasn't just a conqueror. He was the new ruler of Persia. Darius's death ended the Achaemenid dynasty. There was no heir, no legitimate claimant to the throne. Bessus tried to hold on to his claim, but without Darius's bloodline, he had no legitimacy. Alexander hunted him down, captured him, and executed him publicly. The message was unmistakable. The old order was finished. The King of Kings was dead. And Alexander was the only king left standing. With the death of Darius, Alexander faced a choice. He could declare himself King of Kings, adopting Persian titles and customs, or he could remain the Macedonian conqueror, ruling through force alone. The decision would define the next phase of his reign and the future of the territories he'd taken. Alexander chose integration. He began wearing Persian dress at court, adopted Persian ceremonies, and incorporated Persian nobles into his administration. This wasn't purely symbolic. The empire he'd conquered was too vast to rule with Macedonians alone. He needed the cooperation of the existing elite, the satraps, the bureaucrats, the priests, to maintain order across regions he'd never even visited. But this shift didn't sit well with everyone. Many of Alexander's officers, men who'd fought beside him since the beginning, viewed these changes as betrayal. They'd risked their lives to destroy the Persian Empire, and now their king was acting like a Persian. The tension simmered beneath the surface, occasionally erupting into open conflict. One of the most dramatic moments came at a banquet in Samarkand. Alexander, drunk and increasingly paranoid, got into an argument with Clytus the Black, one of his most trusted commanders. Clytus had saved Alexander's life at the Granicus River years earlier, but that night, Clytus criticized Alexander's adoption of Persian customs, accusing him of abandoning his Macedonian roots. The argument escalated. Alexander, in a fit of rage, grabbed a spear and killed him. The next day, Alexander was reportedly devastated, but the damage was done. The incident revealed the growing divide within his camp. Alexander's vision of a unified empire was clashing with the expectations of his own men. They'd signed up to conquer Persia, not become Persian. Alexander pushed forward anyway. He spent the next several years campaigning in the eastern provinces, subduing regions that had never fully been under Persian control. Bactria, Sogdiana, the edges of India. These campaigns were brutal, involving guerrilla warfare, mountain sieges, and constant resistance. But Alexander's goal wasn't just conquest. He was trying to consolidate his hold over the entire former Persian Empire and expand beyond it. In 327, he crossed into India, hoping to reach the edge of the known world. But his army, exhausted after years of continuous campaigning, finally refused to go further. At the Hyphasis River, his men mutinied, not violently, but firmly. They'd had enough. Alexander, furious but ultimately powerless, agreed to turn back. The return journey was a disaster. Alexander decided to march through the Gedrosian Desert, one of the most inhospitable regions on Earth. Thousands of soldiers and camp followers died from heat, thirst, and starvation. It was one of the worst logistical failures of his entire campaign. By the time he reached Babylon in 323, Alexander was a different man. Physically weakened, increasingly paranoid, and haunted by the deaths of close friends and companions, he'd achieved what no one thought possible. He'd conquered the Persian Empire, but the cost was immense, and the empire he'd built was already showing cracks. Alexander's sudden death in June 323, at the age of 32, left a power vacuum that would shatter his empire within years. He died without naming a clear successor, and his generals, the Diadochi, immediately began fighting over the spoils. The empire he'd spent a decade building would never be unified again. But while Alexander's empire fragmented, the Persian administrative system he'd inherited didn't disappear. The Diadochi, when they carved up Alexander's conquests, didn't try to replace the existing structures. They used them. The satrapy system continued. The royal roads were maintained. The bureaucratic traditions established by the Achaemenids remained in place. In many ways, the Hellenistic kingdoms that emerged from Alexander's empire were hybrids, blending Macedonian military power with Persian administrative expertise. This fusion would define the region for centuries. The Seleucid Empire, which controlled most of the former Persian heartland, explicitly modelled itself on Achaemenid governance. Seleucus and his successors ruled from Persian-style palaces, employed Persian administrators, and maintained many of the same policies that had allowed the Achaemenids to govern such a vast territory. Even the Ptolemies in Egypt, though culturally more Greek, adopted aspects of Persian imperial administration. The idea of the satrap, the concept of the king of kings, the use of royal propaganda and monumental architecture, all of these survived Alexander's conquest. So while the Achaemenid dynasty ended with Darius, the empire's influence didn't. It echoed through every successor state that emerged in its wake. Understanding why the Persian Empire fell requires looking beyond the battlefield. Yes, Alexander was a military genius. Yes, his army was superior in training, discipline, and tactics. But the empire he conquered was already weakening from within. The seeds of its collapse were planted long before he crossed the Hellespont. Start with the political structure. The Persian Empire was vast, stretching from the Indus to the Mediterranean. Managing that kind of territory required a delicate balance between centralized authority and local autonomy. The satrapy system worked when the king was strong and satraps were loyal, but loyalty wasn't guaranteed. Satraps controlled their own armies, collected their own taxes, and often acted more like independent rulers than provincial governors. As long as the central authority was strong, this system functioned. But the moment it weakened, the centrifugal forces became overwhelming. Satraps began acting in their own interests, ignoring royal commands, and in some cases outright rebelling. Darius inherited an empire where many satraps had already grown too powerful. He couldn't trust them, but he couldn't replace them all either. This left him paralyzed, unable to mobilize the full strength of his empire even when facing an existential threat. Then there's the military issue. The Persian army, despite its size, was not a unified force. It was a collection of regional levies, each with different training, equipment, and motivation. The immortals, the elite Persian infantry, were formidable. But they made up a small fraction of the total force. The rest were conscripts, mercenaries, or feudal troops provided by satraps. Coordination was a nightmare. Different units didn't train together, they didn't use standardized tactics, and crucially, they often didn't trust each other. This lack of cohesion was fatal when facing the Macedonian phalanx and companion cavalry, units that had trained together for years and fought as a seamless whole. Alexander didn't just outfight the Persians, he outorganized them. His army was smaller, but it was a professional, disciplined machine. The Persians, for all their numbers, couldn't match that level of coordination. There's also the question of leadership. Darius was brave, but he wasn't a military commander. He'd risen to power through court politics, not battlefield success. When he faced Alexander, he was outmatched strategically and tactically. At Issus, he positioned his massive army on a narrow coastal plain, negating his numerical advantage. At Gaugamela, he prepared the battlefield meticulously, even flattening the ground for his chariots, but he still couldn't anticipate Alexander's maneuvers. And critically, Darius fled both battles before they were decided. Ancient sources debate whether this was cowardice or pragmatism. Maybe he believed that preserving the king was more important than winning the battle. Maybe he thought he could rebuild and fight again. But the effect was devastating. His troops saw their king retreat, and morale collapsed. An army that might have held the line instead broke and ran. Contrast this with Alexander, who led from the front, personally charging into the enemy lines, risking his life repeatedly. His men followed him because they saw him fight. Darius's men couldn't say the same. Economic factors played a role too. The Persian Empire was rich, but maintaining it was expensive. The royal road system, the palace complexes, the standing armies, all of this required constant funding. Revenue came from taxation, but as satraps grew more independent, tax collection became less reliable. Some provinces simply stopped sending tribute to the central treasury. By the time Alexander invaded, the empire's financial situation was strained. Darius could still raise armies, but he couldn't pay them as reliably as before. This is why he increasingly relied on Greek mercenaries. They fought for gold, and as long as he could pay, they stayed loyal. But the moment the money dried up, so did their loyalty. Alexander captured multiple Persian treasuries during his campaign, and that wealth funded the rest of his conquests. He essentially used Persian gold to destroy Persia. Then there's the cultural dimension. The Achaemenid Empire was remarkably tolerant for its time. Conquered peoples were allowed to keep their religions, languages, and customs as long as they paid tribute and didn't rebel. This policy helped maintain stability across diverse regions, but it also meant there was no strong sense of Persian identity beyond the royal dynasty and the ruling elite. When Darius died, there was no Persian nation to rally around. There were Babylonians, Egyptians, Bactrians, all formerly part of the empire, but not necessarily loyal to it. Many regions viewed Persian rule as foreign occupation, and when Alexander arrived offering freedom, or at least a different overlord, they didn't resist. Some even welcomed him. This lack of unity was fatal. An empire held together by administrative efficiency and military force, rather than shared identity, was vulnerable the moment those forces weakened. And they did weaken, dramatically, in the face of Alexander's invasion. So the fall of the Persian Empire wasn't just about Alexander's brilliance, it was about internal decay, structural weaknesses, and a system that had stretched itself too thin. The empire had survived for over 2 centuries through adaptability and pragmatism, but by 330, those qualities weren't enough. The world had changed, warfare had evolved, and a new kind of conqueror had arrived, one who didn't just want tribute, he wanted everything. The Persian Empire's collapse marked a turning point in ancient history. For the first time, A single individual had conquered the entire known world from the Mediterranean to India. But more importantly, it demonstrated that even the most powerful empires were vulnerable. Size and wealth couldn't guarantee survival. Internal cohesion, military innovation, and strong leadership mattered more. The Achaemenid dynasty was gone, but its legacy endured. The administrative systems, the concept of imperial governance, the blending of cultures, all of this would shape the Hellenistic world and beyond. The Romans, centuries later, would study Persian administration when building their own empire. The Parthians and Sasanians would explicitly claim to be restoring Persian greatness. Even Islamic empires would draw on Persian traditions. In the end, Persia didn't disappear. It transformed. Alexander's treatment of the Persian royal family after Issus wasn't just chivalrous, it was calculated. Darius's mother, wife, and daughters remained under Macedonian protection, treated with full honors, given attendance and luxuries befitting their status. Ancient sources describe how Alexander reassured them personally, promising that Darius himself wasn't dead, just defeated. This wasn't mercy. It was propaganda, carefully designed to show the Persian nobility and the wider empire that Alexander wasn't a barbarian destroyer, but a legitimate successor to Persian kingship. Every gesture mattered. Every report that filtered back to the Persian heartland undermined Darius's authority while building Alexander's. Meanwhile, Darius retreated east, gathering what remained of his military forces and planning his next move. He still controlled the vast interior of the empire, Mesopotamia, Persia proper, Bactria, and the eastern satrapies. He still had access to enormous wealth, stored in treasuries across dozens of cities. And he still commanded the loyalty of many satraps and nobles who viewed Alexander as a foreign invader. The war was far from over. But Darius faced a problem. His defeat at Issus had shaken confidence in his military leadership. Rumors spread that he'd fled the battlefield too quickly, abandoning his men. Whether true or not, perception shaped reality in ancient politics. Soldiers began to question whether Darius could actually defeat Alexander. Satraps began to wonder whether aligning with the Macedonian might be safer than remaining loyal to a failing king. Alexander spent the next 2 years consolidating his hold on the Mediterranean coast. He moved south through the Levant, securing city after city. Most surrendered without resistance. They'd heard what happened at Issus. They knew Persian reinforcements weren't coming. Why resist when surrender meant survival and possibly favorable terms? But one city refused. Tyre, located on an island just off the coast, believed its position made it impregnable. The city had massive walls, a powerful navy, and centuries of experience resisting sieges. Alexander's army had no fleet. They had no experience with naval warfare. Tyre's leaders calculated that Alexander would eventually give up and move on. They calculated wrong. The siege lasted 7 months. Alexander ordered the construction of a causeway, a massive land bridge built from rubble, timber, and stone, stretching from the mainland to the island. It was an engineering marvel and a logistical nightmare. Tyrian ships attacked the workers constantly. Fires destroyed sections of the causeway repeatedly, but Alexander kept building. He brought in siege engines, constructed towers, and eventually assembled a fleet by requisitioning ships from newly conquered cities. When the causeway finally reached Tyre's walls, Alexander's forces breached the defences. The city fell in July 332. The siege had cost Alexander time and resources, but it achieved something crucial. It eliminated the last major Persian naval base in the eastern Mediterranean. Without Tyre, the Persian fleet had nowhere to resupply or regroup. The Aegean and eastern Mediterranean were now firmly under Macedonian control. From Tyre, Alexander moved south to Gaza, which also resisted. Another siege, another brutal assault, another captured city. Then Egypt. The Persian satrap there, Mazaces, surrendered without a fight. Egypt had been conquered by Persia only decades earlier and remained restive under Persian rule. Many Egyptians viewed Alexander not as a conqueror, but as a liberator. He was crowned pharaoh, visited the oracle at Siwa, where he was declared the son of Zeus Ammon, and founded the city of Alexandria, which would become one of the ancient world's great cultural centers. But Alexander wasn't in Egypt for tourism. He was there to secure the southern flank of his campaign and to cut off Persian access to Egypt's wealth and grain. Every territory he captured weakened Darius economically and militarily. While Alexander campaigned along the coast, Darius made one final attempt at diplomacy. He sent envoys offering Alexander an enormous ransom for his family, all the territory west of the Euphrates River, a formal alliance, and recognition as co-ruler of the Western Empire. It was an extraordinary offer. Alexander would control half the Persian Empire without fighting another battle. Parmenia, Alexander's senior general, reportedly said he would accept if he were Alexander. Alexander's response was blunt. If he were Parmenian, he'd accept too. But he wasn't Parmenian. He rejected the offer entirely. He didn't want half the empire. He wanted all of it, and he wanted Darius to face him in battle one more time. By 331, Alexander was ready to march east into the Persian heartland. Darius, meanwhile, had spent 2 years rebuilding his army. He gathered forces from across the empire, cavalry from Bactria, infantry from Mesopotamia, chariots from the eastern satrapies. Ancient sources claim his army numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Modern historians are skeptical of those figures, but even conservative estimates suggest Darius commanded a force significantly larger than Alexander's. He also chose the battlefield carefully. Near the village of Gaugamela, close to the ancient city of Nineveh in what's now northern Iraq, Darius found a wide, flat plain perfect for deploying his massive army and his scythed chariots. He even had the ground leveled to remove obstacles. This time, he believed, there would be no narrow riverbank to limit his numbers. This time, he would crush Alexander through sheer force. The Battle of Gaugamela, fought on October 1st, 331, was the largest and most decisive engagement of the war. Darius deployed his forces in a massive line, cavalry on the flanks, infantry in the center, chariots and elephants positioned to break the Macedonian formation. Alexander's army was outnumbered, but it was disciplined, experienced, and led by a commander who understood battlefield dynamics better than anyone alive. Alexander positioned his phalanx in the center, cavalry on the right under his personal command, and Parmenian commanding the left. He knew Darius would try to envelop his flanks. He prepared for it. The battle opened with a Persian cavalry charge on Alexander's right. Simultaneously, scythed chariots thundered toward the Macedonian center. But Alexander's troops had trained for this. The phalanx opened gaps, letting the chariots pass through harmlessly, where they were surrounded and destroyed. On the flanks, the fighting was brutal. Persian cavalry pressed hard, especially on the Macedonian left where Parmenion struggled to hold the line. But Alexander saw his opportunity. As Darius's line stretched and gaps opened in the Persian center, Alexander led his companion cavalry in a wedge formation directly at Darius himself. It was a calculated risk. If the charge failed, Alexander would be isolated and killed. If it succeeded, the battle was over. It succeeded. Alexander's cavalry smashed through the Persian center, scattering infantry and heading straight for the royal pavilion where Darius commanded. For the second time, Darius faced Alexander in direct combat, and for the second time, he fled. His chariot wheeled around and raced from the battlefield. The Persian army, seeing their king retreat, began to collapse. Soldiers threw down their weapons and ran. What had been an organized force disintegrated into panicked flight. Alexander pursued briefly, but Parmenian's forces on the left were still engaged, so Alexander turned back to relieve them. By the time he returned to the pursuit, Darius had escaped again. The battle was over. Persian casualties were catastrophic. Macedonian losses were relatively light. The Persian army, as a unified fighting force, ceased to exist. After Gaugamela, the Persian Empire effectively collapsed. Darius fled east toward Ecbatana, then further into Bactria, hoping to raise another army. But his authority had evaporated. Alexander marched south, capturing Babylon without resistance. The city opened its gates, and Alexander was welcomed as a liberator. From Babylon, he moved to Susa, one of the great Persian capitals, where he seized the royal treasury. Ancient sources claim he captured 50,000 talents of gold and silver, an almost incomprehensible fortune. Then Persepolis, the ceremonial capital, the symbolic heart of the Achaemenid dynasty. Alexander occupied the city in early 330. For months, he allowed his troops to plunder it. Then, in a gesture rich with symbolism and controversy, he burned the great palace complex. Ancient historians debated whether it was deliberate revenge for Persian destruction of Greek temples or a drunken accident. Either way, the message was clear. The old order was finished. Darius, meanwhile, was running out of options. He moved northeast into Bactria, accompanied by a shrinking group of loyalists. Among them was Bessus, the satrap of Bactria and a member of the royal family. As Darius's position weakened, Bessus and other satraps began to question whether loyalty still made sense. If Darius couldn't defeat Alexander, perhaps it was time to negotiate directly with the conqueror, or perhaps, if Darius were no longer king, Bessus could claim the throne and rally resistance under new leadership. In the summer of 330, as Alexander closed in, Bessus and his co-conspirators made their move. They arrested Darius, binding him in chains. When Alexander's forces approached, the conspirators panicked. Rather than let Darius be captured, they stabbed him repeatedly and left him to die by the roadside. Macedonian soldiers found Darius shortly after. He was still alive, but barely. Ancient sources, likely embellished, claim he asked for water and expressed relief that Alexander would avenge his death. He died within minutes. Alexander, arriving soon after, reportedly covered Darius's body with his own cloak and ordered a royal funeral. Darius's body was sent back to Persepolis to be buried with his ancestors. Whether Alexander's grief was genuine or performative, the gesture served its purpose. He was now the legitimate successor to the Persian throne, the avenger of the murdered king, the rightful ruler of the empire. With Darius dead, the Achaemenid dynasty was finished. Bessus declared himself king, taking the royal name Artaxerxes V, but his claim was weak and his support limited. Alexander spent the next 3 years hunting down the remaining Persian resistance in the eastern provinces. Bessus was captured, tried for regicide, and executed. Other satraps surrendered or were defeated in battle. By 327, Alexander controlled the entire former Persian Empire and was preparing to invade India. The Achaemenid Empire, which had ruled for over 2 centuries, was gone. But what exactly had fallen? The political structure, certainly. The royal dynasty, absolutely. But Persian culture, administration, and identity didn't disappear. Alexander deliberately presented himself as a Persian king, not just a conqueror. He adopted Persian royal dress, incorporated Persian nobles into his administration, and married Roxana, a Bactrian princess. He encouraged his officers to marry Persian noblewomen. He retained much of the Persian administrative system, keeping satraps in place where they'd been loyal or effective. The fusion of Greek and Persian culture later called Hellenistic civilization, defined the Eastern Mediterranean and Near East for centuries. When Alexander died in 323, his empire fractured. His generals, the Diadochi, carved it into separate kingdoms. The Seleucid Empire controlled much of the former Persian heartland. The Ptolemies ruled Egypt. The Antigonids held Macedon and Greece. But all of them borrowed heavily from Persian imperial models. The Seleucids particularly styled themselves as successors to the Achaemenids, maintaining Persian administrative divisions, using Persian titles, and governing through systems Darius I had established centuries earlier. Even the Parthians and Sasanians, who would later rule Persia, explicitly claimed to be restoring the Achaemenid legacy. Roman historians and administrators studied Persian governance when building their own empire. The concept of satrapies influenced Roman provincial administration. The royal road system inspired Roman road networks. The idea of a multicultural empire, where diverse peoples could maintain their identities under a central authority, was fundamentally Persian. The Achaemenid Empire might have fallen, but its blueprint survived. So the fall of Persia wasn't total destruction. It was transformation. The dynasty ended, the political structure collapsed, but the systems, the culture, and the idea of Persian greatness endured. What makes an empire fall isn't always what you'd expect. Sometimes it's not the final battle or the conquering army. Sometimes it's everything that came before, the fractures hidden beneath the surface, the slow erosion of trust and authority. By the time Alexander arrived, the Persian Empire had already been bleeding for decades. Start with the economy. Empires run on money, and Persia was no exception. The Achaemenid system depended on a steady flow of tribute from its satrapies: silver from Anatolia, gold from Bactria, grain from Egypt. When those provinces were stable, the system hummed along, but stability was increasingly rare. Wars drained the treasury, revolts disrupted trade routes. Satraps began withholding tribute, either because they couldn't collect it or because they chose not to. The royal coffers, once overflowing, started running dry. Persia's military had always been massive, but size isn't the same as strength. The empire fielded enormous armies, hundreds of thousands of troops drawn from dozens of different regions. But many of those soldiers weren't professionals. They were levies, conscripts, farmers pulled from their fields and handed weapons. Their loyalty was to their local satrap, not the king. They fought because they had to, not because they believed in the cause. And as the empire weakened, recruiting became harder. Persians increasingly turned to Greek mercenaries, skilled fighters who would work for anyone willing to pay. But mercenaries cost money, lots of it, and they had no stake in the empire's survival. If the paychecks stopped, so did their loyalty. Then there's the command structure, or lack thereof. Darius III, facing the greatest military threat in Persian history, couldn't establish a unified command. He didn't trust his generals. Some were relatives of previous kings, men with royal blood who might challenge his legitimacy. Others were satraps with their own power bases, men who commanded armies larger than some kingdoms. Darius feared them as much as he needed them, so he divided authority, gave different commanders overlapping responsibilities, and kept everyone off balance. It was smart politics, but disastrous strategy. Compare that to Alexander. His army wasn't larger, but it was unified. Every commander answered to him. Every soldier knew the chain of command. There were no competing power centers, no satraps hoarding troops, no generals plotting in the background. Alexander's forces moved as one organism. Persia's moved like a collection of rival factions forced to cooperate. That difference mattered. Persia's infrastructure, once its greatest strength, had become a liability. The royal road still existed, but maintaining it required constant investment. Roads needed repair. Way stations needed supplies, postal riders needed fresh horses. All of that cost money and required functional local administration. As provinces grew more independent, infrastructure deteriorated. Messages took longer to reach the capital. Orders arrived weeks late, or not at all. The king's ability to respond to crises slowed to a crawl. Distance had always been Persia's challenge. The empire stretched from the Mediterranean to India. Thousands of miles of deserts, mountains and rivers. Communication was slow even in the best of times. But when the system broke down, distance became paralysis. A rebellion in Egypt might take months to reach Babylon. By the time the king responded, the situation had already evolved. Satraps learned to act independently because waiting for orders was pointless. That independence, initially practical, gradually became political. Why obey a distant king who couldn't help or hinder you? Egypt exemplified the problem. It had revolted multiple times in the decades before Alexander. Artaxerxes III had reconquered it, but the region remained unstable. The Persian satrap there governed more like an independent ruler than an imperial administrator. When Alexander arrived, the satrap surrendered without a fight, not because he feared Alexander's army, but because he saw no reason to die defending an empire that had given him little support. That calculation was repeated across the empire. Local rulers weighed their options and increasingly chose survival over loyalty. Religious tensions added another layer of fragmentation. The Achaemenid Empire had always been multicultural, allowing conquered peoples to keep their gods and customs. That tolerance was a strength, but it also meant the empire lacked a unifying ideology. Persians worshipped Ahura Mazda. Babylonians honored Marduk. Egyptians revered their ancient pantheon. Greeks prayed to the Olympians. There was no shared identity, no common culture binding the empire together. When crisis came, people retreated to their local identities. They were Egyptians or Babylonians or Lydians first, subjects of the Persian king second, if at all. Alexander understood this. He didn't try to impose Greek culture everywhere. He honored local gods, participated in local rituals, and presented himself as a liberator restoring rightful traditions. In Egypt, he visited the oracle of Ammon and was declared the son of a god. In Babylon, he sacrificed to Marduk and restored temples. He gave people what Darius couldn't, a ruler who seemed to care about their specific concerns. It was brilliant propaganda, and it worked. Darius's legitimacy problems compounded everything. He wasn't a direct descendant of the great kings. He'd been a relatively minor figure, a satrap promoted to the throne by a court conspiracy. Many Persians viewed him as an outsider, a placeholder who happened to be available when the royal family was purged. That perception undermined his authority. When he gave orders, satraps questioned them. When he demanded loyalty, nobles hesitated. He lacked the unquestioned legitimacy of a Cyrus or a Darius the Great. In a stable empire, that might not have mattered. In a collapsing one, it was fatal. Alexander exploited that weakness relentlessly. After capturing Darius's family at Issus, he treated them with exaggerated respect. He housed them in luxury, ensured they were protected, and publicly honored Darius's mother as if she were his own. Ancient sources claim she eventually came to see Alexander as a better king than her son. Whether that's true or propaganda, the story spread. It painted Alexander as the rightful ruler, the man who embodied Persian royal virtues better than the actual Persian king. That narrative corroded Darius's support from within. The Persian nobility watched all of this and made their calculations. Backing Darius meant continued war, uncertain outcomes, and possible destruction. Backing Alexander, or at least not opposing him, offered stability and the chance to retain their positions. Many chose the latter. Some satraps surrendered their provinces intact. Others simply withdrew their support, leaving Darius isolated. By the time of Gaugamela, Darius commanded a huge army, but how many of those soldiers were truly committed? How many were waiting to see which way the wind blew? Persia's military doctrine hadn't evolved. The empire still relied on tactics that had worked a century earlier: massive infantry formations, waves of cavalry, and the intimidation factor of sheer numbers. But Alexander had studied Persian methods. He knew their strengths and weaknesses. His phalanx formations were deeper and more disciplined than anything Persia fielded. His companion cavalry were trained for shock charges, not the skirmishing tactics Persian cavalry preferred. And he personally led from the front, a psychological advantage Darius couldn't match. Persian kings traditionally commanded from the center, surrounded by their elite guard. It was safer, but it also meant they were distant from the fighting, unable to respond quickly to changing conditions. At Gaugamela, that difference was decisive. Alexander saw an opening in the Persian line and charged directly at Darius. The Persian king, surrounded but vulnerable, panicked and fled. His army, seeing their king retreat, broke. It wasn't cowardice. It was the rational response of soldiers who realized their commander had abandoned them. Why die for a king who wouldn't stay and fight? After Gaugamela, the empire didn't collapse immediately. Darius retreated east, trying to rally support and build a new army. But the psychological damage was done. Fleeing twice from battle destroyed whatever legitimacy he had left. Satraps who might have supported him now hesitated. The eastern provinces, always the most independent, saw no reason to throw themselves into a losing war. Darius was increasingly isolated, surrounded by men who questioned his competence and his right to rule. Bessus, the satrap of Bactria, represents the final stage of imperial collapse. He was a high-ranking noble, a relative of the royal family, and a capable military commander. He'd fought at Gaugamela and survived. As Darius fled east, Bessus and other satraps faced a choice: continue supporting a discredited king and face inevitable defeat, or remove him and try to salvage something from the wreckage. They chose the latter. Bessus arrested Darius, declared himself king, and attempted to rally the eastern satrapies for continued resistance. It was a last desperate gamble, and it failed. Alexander's response was calculated. He pursued Bessus relentlessly, not just to eliminate a rival, but to position himself as the avenger of Darius. By punishing the regicides, Alexander could claim he was restoring justice, not conquering Persia. It was a fiction, but a useful one. It allowed Persian nobles to surrender with honor, telling themselves they were supporting the rightful successor, not submitting to a foreign invader. Bessus's execution was brutal. Ancient sources describe him being mutilated, paraded in chains, and finally torn apart. The excessive cruelty served a purpose. It sent a message to anyone else considering rebellion. Alexander was now the Persian king, and he would punish traitors as Persian kings always had. The spectacle was as much for the Persian nobility as for the Macedonians. It demonstrated that Alexander understood Persian customs and would uphold them, even the violent ones. By 327, Alexander controlled the entire former Persian Empire. But controlling territory isn't the same as ruling it. The Achaemenid administrative system still existed, at least on paper. Satraps still governed provinces. Tax collectors still collected tribute. But the empire as a unified political entity was gone. What replaced it was a hybrid, part Macedonian military occupation, part Persian bureaucracy, part improvisation. Alexander kept Persian administrators in place where they were competent and loyal. He adopted Persian royal dress and ceremony. He married Persian noblewomen and encouraged his officers to do the same. He was trying to create something new, a fusion of Greek and Persian that would legitimize his rule. It worked, sort of. The empire didn't fracture immediately, but it also never fully unified. Alexander's death in 323 exposed the fundamental instability. Without him, There was no center holding everything together. His generals, the Diadochi, carved the empire into separate kingdoms. The Seleucids took most of the old Persian heartland. The Ptolemies got Egypt. The Antigonids held Macedon. Each claimed to be Alexander's true successor, but none could recreate what he'd built. The Seleucid Empire is particularly revealing. It controlled Babylon, Persia, and the eastern provinces, the core of the old Achaemenid realm. And how did the Seleucids govern? They adopted Persian administrative structures almost wholesale. They kept the satrapy system. They maintained the royal road. They used Persian titles and honored Persian gods. In many ways, the Seleucid Empire was a continuation of the Achaemenid Empire, with a Greek ruling class grafted on top. The label changed, but the underlying structure remained. That continuity extended beyond administration. Persian culture didn't disappear. The Persian language continued to be spoken. Zoroastrianism remained the dominant religion in many regions. Persian art and architecture influenced Hellenistic styles. Even the concept of kingship remained Persian. Hellenistic monarchs presented themselves as god-kings ruling by divine right, a concept borrowed directly from Achaemenid ideology. Alexander's successors might have been Macedonian, but they ruled like Persian kings. This cultural persistence is why calling it a total collapse is misleading. The Achaemenid dynasty ended, the political unity shattered, but Persian civilization survived. Later empires, the Parthians and Sasanians, explicitly claimed to be restoring the Achaemenid legacy. They used Persian as their official language, promoted Zoroastrianism, and styled themselves as the rightful heirs of Cyrus and Darius. The political structure collapsed, but the cultural identity endured. The fall of Persia reshaped the ancient world. It proved that even the largest empire could be conquered if its internal cohesion failed. It demonstrated the power of unified command and disciplined troops over numerical superiority. It showed how psychological warfare and propaganda could undermine an empire from within. And it established patterns that would repeat throughout history. Rome would later face similar challenges: overextension, succession crises, economic strain, and internal division. The parallels aren't coincidental. Imperial collapse follows predictable patterns. So what actually fell when the Persian Empire fell? The dynasty, obviously. The central government, certainly. But the systems, the culture, the administrative knowledge, those survived. They were absorbed, adapted, and transmitted to successor states. The fall of Persia wasn't the end of Persian influence. It was the beginning of its diffusion across the Hellenistic world and beyond. What collapsed wasn't just a political structure. Ideas collapsed too. The Greeks had feared and envied the Persians for generations. The Persian Empire represented everything foreign, wealthy, and overwhelming. Herodotus wrote about Persian customs with fascination and revulsion in equal measure. Greek playwrights made Persians the villains in tragedies. Persian gold corrupted Greek politics. The great king was the ultimate other, the existential rival against which Greek identity was defined. And then Alexander conquered it. Suddenly the invincible empire was conquered territory. The divine king was a fugitive, then a corpse. The psychological shock reverberated through the Greek world. If Persia could fall, what else was possible? The conquest didn't just redistribute territory, it shattered assumptions. The Greeks had always believed their way of war was superior. The phalanx, discipline, citizen soldiers fighting for freedom, these were supposed to trump Persian numbers and tyranny. And they did, but not in the way Greek ideology predicted. It wasn't Greek freedom that beat Persia, it was Macedonian professionalism, tactical innovation, and one brilliant general who understood logistics, psychology, and timing better than anyone before him. The ideological narrative didn't quite fit the reality. That dissonance created problems for Alexander and his successors. How do you justify ruling as an absolute monarch when your propaganda claimed you were liberating the Greeks from Persian despotism? How do you maintain Greek identity while ruling over millions of Persians, Babylonians, Egyptians, and others who don't care about your cultural superiority? The answer, it turned out, was compromise. Alexander adopted Persian customs, married Persian women, and incorporated Persian elites into his administration. His successors went even further. The Seleucids ruled as god-kings, a concept borrowed directly from Achaemenid and earlier Near Eastern traditions. They maintained Persian administrative systems because those systems worked. They honored local gods and customs because that was how you governed a diverse empire. Greek culture influenced the ruling class, but the deeper structures remained Persian. This created a hybrid civilization, Hellenistic culture, Greek in language and philosophy, Persian in administration and kingship, Egyptian in religion, Babylonian in science. The fusion wasn't always smooth. Tensions between Greek colonists and native populations persisted. Greek was the language of the elite, but most people spoke Aramaic, Egyptian, or Persian. Greek cities enjoyed privileges that native communities didn't. But the basic model of multicultural empire, the idea that one could rule diverse peoples without forcing total cultural assimilation, that came from Persia. So did the collapse change anything fundamental? In some ways, yes. The political unity of the Near East fractured. Instead of one empire, there were several Hellenistic kingdoms constantly warring with each other. Trade routes became contested. Cities changed hands repeatedly. The stability the Achaemenids had provided, imperfect as it was, disappeared. But in other ways, continuity dominated. The average farmer in Mesopotamia or Egypt probably noticed little difference. Taxes still had to be paid. The harvest still determined survival. Local elites still mediated between the population and distant rulers. The language of power changed, but the structures of daily life remained largely intact. Persian influence also extended into military culture. Hellenistic armies adopted Persian cavalry tactics. They used Persian-style composite bows. They recruited from the same regions the Persians had. Even the Macedonian Sarissa phalanx, Alexander's signature formation, evolved in response to Persian military challenges. The Persians had forced Greek warfare to adapt, and those adaptations outlived the empire. Then there's the question of what Alexander actually conquered. He defeated the Achaemenid dynasty. He occupied the major cities. He claimed the title King of Asia. But did he conquer Persia? Large parts of the empire, especially the eastern provinces, remained contested. Local rulers submitted, then rebelled when Alexander moved on. The Bactrian and Sogdian campaigns were brutal guerrilla wars, not clean conquests. Alexander's control over these regions was nominal at best. After his death, the eastern satrapies broke away almost immediately. The Indo-Greek kingdoms that emerged there were culturally hybrid, administratively independent, and only loosely connected to the Seleucid core. So the empire didn't fall uniformly. It fragmented into regions with different trajectories. Some areas remained under Hellenistic control for centuries. Others reverted to local rule almost immediately. The collapse was gradual and uneven, not a single catastrophic moment. That unevenness complicates the narrative. We talk about the fall of the Persian Empire as if it were a single event. It wasn't. It was a process that began with internal decay under Artaxerxes II, accelerated with the invasions of Alexander, and concluded with the partition among the Diadochi. And even then, Persian identity and culture persisted. The Parthian Empire, which rose in the 3rd century BCE, explicitly positioned itself as the heir to the Achaemenids. The Parthians claimed descent from Persian nobility. They promoted Zoroastrianism. They used Persian titles and administrative practices. They saw themselves as restoring what Alexander had destroyed. The Sasanian Empire, which followed the Parthians, made the connection even more explicit. Sasanian kings called themselves kings of kings, the same title the Achaemenids had used. They modelled their court ceremonies on Achaemenid practices. They claimed direct descent from the ancient dynasty. For the Sasanians, the fall of the Achaemenids wasn't an ending. It was an interruption that they were correcting. This long-term persistence suggests the fall was less total than it appeared. The dynasty ended. The political structure collapsed. But the civilization underlying it survived and eventually reasserted itself. The Hellenistic interlude was just that, an interlude. Persian identity proved more durable than Greek occupation. Why does this matter? Because it challenges the triumphalist narrative. The Greeks didn't permanently conquer Persia. They temporarily occupied it. Persian civilization absorbed Greek influences, adapted, and continued. The cultural exchange went both ways. Greek philosophy influenced Persian thought. Persian administrative practices shaped Hellenistic governance. The collapse created fusion, not replacement. This pattern repeats throughout history. Conquering armies rarely erase the civilizations they defeat. More often, they're absorbed by them. Rome conquered Greece, but adopted Greek culture. The Mongols conquered China, but adopted Chinese administration. The Arabs conquered Persia, but were deeply influenced by Persian culture and governance. Military conquest doesn't equal cultural dominance. The fall of Persia also reveals the limits of individual genius. Alexander was brilliant. His tactical innovations were revolutionary. His personal courage was legendary. But his empire didn't survive him. Why? Because empires aren't built on individual brilliance alone. They require institutions, bureaucracies, shared identities, and systems that outlast their founders. The Achaemenids had built those systems over 2 centuries. Alexander tried to create them in a decade. It didn't work. His generals inherited territories, not a functioning empire. They spent decades fighting each other, trying to recreate what Alexander had briefly held together through force of personality. None succeeded. The lesson is clear. Conquest is easier than governance. Defeating an empire is one thing. Replacing it is another. Alexander proved you could conquer Persia. His successors proved you couldn't easily replace it. The Seleucids tried. They adopted Persian systems, honored Persian traditions, and ruled from Persian cities. But they never achieved the same level of integration. The empire remained fragmented, contested, and ultimately vulnerable to new threats. The psychological impact of the fall extended beyond politics. Persian art, literature, and philosophy had influenced the ancient world for centuries. The collapse raised questions about cultural superiority. If the Persians were so advanced, why did they fall? If Greek culture was superior, why did the conquerors adopt Persian practices? These weren't abstract questions. They shaped how Hellenistic intellectuals understood power, culture, and civilization. Some argued that Persian despotism had made them weak. Others claimed that Persian luxury had corrupted them. Still others suggested that empires naturally decline, that no political structure lasts forever. These debates influenced later Roman thought. Roman historians studied the fall of Persia as a cautionary tale. They saw parallels in Rome's own expansion and worried about similar decay. Polybius, Livy, and Tacitus all referenced Persian history when discussing Roman power. The fall of Persia became a template for understanding imperial decline. There's also the economic dimension. The Persian Empire had controlled the world's richest trade routes. Babylon, Persepolis, and Susa were economic centers of the ancient world. The royal road connected markets across thousands of miles. Persian gold and silver dominated international exchange. When the empire collapsed, that economic integration fractured. The Hellenistic kingdoms fought over control of trade routes. Cities declined as commerce was disrupted. The economic golden age of the Achaemenid period didn't return until much later, under Roman and Sasanian rule. So economically, the fall created long-term disruption. It took centuries for trade networks to fully recover. The stability that had allowed commerce to flourish disappeared. In its place came war, piracy, and economic fragmentation. This hurt everyone, conquerors and conquered alike. The fall also changed how power was conceptualized in the ancient Near East. The Achaemenids had ruled through a combination of military force, administrative efficiency, and religious legitimacy. They presented themselves as divinely chosen rulers, maintaining cosmic order. This ideology justified their power and gave subjects a reason to obey beyond mere fear. The Hellenistic kingdoms struggled to replicate this. Greek political thought emphasized civic participation and law, concepts that didn't translate well to absolute monarchy. The solution was syncretism, blending Greek and Persian ideas to create new forms of royal ideology. Hellenistic kings became god kings, worshipped as deities in their lifetimes. This practice drew from both Greek heroic traditions and Persian divine kingship. It was a compromise, an attempt to legitimize absolute power in a way that made sense to both Greek and Persian subjects. Did it work? Partially. The Ptolemies in Egypt successfully merged Greek and Egyptian kingship traditions. The Seleucids had less success, facing constant rebellions and challenges to their authority. The Antigonids in Macedon abandoned divine kingship entirely, returning to more traditional Greek models. The outcomes varied, but the underlying challenge was the same. How do you rule a multicultural empire without the institutional legitimacy the Achaemenids had built over centuries? Most Hellenistic rulers never fully solved that problem. The legacy of the Achaemenid Empire extends far beyond political structures. Consider language. Aramaic, adopted by the Persians as the administrative lingua franca, continued to dominate the Near East long after Darius III's death. Hellenistic bureaucrats still drafted documents in Aramaic. Local governors communicated with subjects using Persian administrative vocabulary. Even Alexander's officials, fresh from Macedonia, found themselves adopting Persian terminology because it was the only system that worked across such diverse territories. This linguistic continuity mattered. It preserved legal traditions, commercial practices, and cultural memory. When the Seleucids needed to tax their provinces, they consulted Achaemenid records. When Ptolemaic Egypt organized grain distribution, they borrowed Persian logistical frameworks. The empire fell, but its knowledge systems survived embedded in the institutions of successor states. Religious influence followed similar patterns. Zoroastrianism, the faith promoted by Achaemenid kings, didn't disappear with conquest. Fire temples continued operating. Priests maintained rituals. Communities preserved sacred texts. Over the following centuries, Zoroastrian concepts influenced emerging religious movements. The cosmic battle between good and evil, the idea of a final judgment, the promise of resurrection. These themes appear in later Jewish, Christian, and Islamic theology, often traced back to Persian origins. Some scholars argue the influence was overstated, others claim it was fundamental. But either way, the religious landscape of the ancient world was shaped partly by Persian thought. Alexander's conquest didn't erase that. If anything, it spread Persian religious ideas across a wider geographic area as Greek philosophers encountered Zoroastrian priests and began incorporating Eastern concepts into Western thought. Then there's military organization, the Achaemenid system of combining infantry, cavalry, and specialized units became standard across the Hellenistic world. Greek phalanxes learned to integrate cavalry charges. Hellenistic armies adopted the concept of diverse ethnic units fighting under a single command. Even the use of war elephants, though not originally Persian, was refined and deployed by Achaemenid forces before becoming a staple of Hellenistic warfare. Architectural influence is perhaps most visible. Persian palatial architecture, with its massive columned halls, elaborate reliefs, and monumental staircases, inspired Hellenistic building projects. The concept of the royal garden, the paradise, became a standard feature of elite estates. Even Roman architecture centuries later showed traces of Persian design principles filtered through Hellenistic interpretation. But we should be careful not to overstate cultural continuity. The fall was traumatic. Persepolis burned. Royal archives were destroyed. The dynasty ended violently. Thousands died in the wars. Cities were sacked, populations displaced, traditional hierarchies shattered. This wasn't a smooth transition. It was collapse followed by improvisation. The immediate aftermath was chaos. Alexander's death in 323 BCE triggered decades of civil war among his generals. The empire he'd conquered fragmented into competing kingdoms. Egypt went to Ptolemy. Syria and much of the former Persian heartland went to Seleucus. Macedonia and Greece eventually stabilized under the Antigonids. But this division meant that no single power could replicate what the Achaemenids had achieved. The Seleucid Empire came closest. At its height, it controlled Babylon, Persia, and parts of Central Asia. Seleucid kings adopted Persian titles and ceremonies. They married into Persian noble families. They presented themselves as legitimate successors to Achaemenid authority. But they never achieved the same level of integration or stability. Rebellions constantly erupted. Provinces broke away. The center couldn't hold. This fragmentation had lasting consequences. The Near East never again saw a single unified empire of that scale until much later. Regional kingdoms dominated. Local cultures reasserted themselves. The dream of universal empire remained, but the reality became balkanization. Persia itself eventually reasserted independence under the Parthians, who consciously invoked Achaemenid heritage while building something new. The Parthian and later Sasanian empires both claimed descent from the Achaemenids. They used the memory of past greatness to legitimize their rule. Persian identity didn't die with Darius III. It transformed, adapted, and eventually re-emerged as a political force. The Sasanians especially presented themselves as restorers of the old glory, rebuilding Zoroastrian institutions and challenging Roman power in the East. This revival demonstrates something important. The fall of the Achaemenid Empire wasn't the end of Persian civilization. It was a political collapse, not a cultural extinction. The people, languages, traditions, and memories survived. They were suppressed, transformed, and blended with Greek elements, but they endured. When conditions allowed, they re-emerged. Historians still debate why the empire fell so quickly. Some emphasize Alexander's genius. Others point to Persian internal weaknesses. Still others argue the empire was simply too large to defend effectively against a concentrated assault. All these factors played roles, but perhaps the most important was institutional failure. The Achaemenid system worked brilliantly when managed by competent central authority. When that authority faltered, the whole structure became vulnerable. Darius III wasn't necessarily incompetent. He was unlucky, inexperienced, and facing an unprecedented challenge. No previous Persian king had confronted an enemy like Alexander. No previous invasion had been so well organized and relentlessly prosecuted. Darius made mistakes, certainly, but even perfect leadership might not have saved the empire at that point. The real vulnerability was systemic. The empire relied on the king's personal authority to hold it together. When that authority was challenged militarily and couldn't respond effectively, the system collapsed. Satraps switched sides. Armies disintegrated. Provincial populations accepted new rulers. The Achaemenid state, for all its sophistication, lacked mechanisms to survive catastrophic military defeat. This stands in contrast to other ancient empires. Rome, for instance, survived multiple devastating defeats through institutional resilience. The Roman Republic could lose entire armies and continue fighting. The Achaemenid Empire couldn't. One major defeat at Gaugamela effectively ended centralized resistance. That fragility, built into the very structure of Persian kingship, sealed the empire's fate. Yet we shouldn't view the fall as inevitable. Had Darius won at Issus or Gaugamela, history would have been completely different. Had Alexander died young, as nearly happened several times, the invasion might have stalled. Had Persian generals coordinated more effectively, they might have overwhelmed the Macedonian army through attrition. The outcome wasn't predetermined. It was contingent on specific decisions, battles, and moments of chance. The aftermath shaped the ancient world profoundly. The Hellenistic period, spanning roughly 3 centuries, created a unique cultural fusion. Greek became the language of elites, but Persian remained dominant in many regions. Greek philosophy mixed with Eastern religious thought. Persian administrative practices blended with Greek political concepts. This wasn't purely Greek expansion or Persian survival. It was synthesis, messy and uneven but genuinely transformative. Trade networks established by the Achaemenids continued operating. The Royal Road remained a major commercial artery. Cities founded by Persian kings thrived under new management. Economic patterns established during the empire persisted because they were functional, not ideological. Merchants didn't care who ruled as long as trade routes stayed open. This economic continuity helped preserve other aspects of Persian civilization. Artisans still practiced traditional crafts. Farmers used irrigation systems built under Achaemenid supervision. Local administrators applied legal codes derived from Persian precedents. Daily life for most people didn't change dramatically after conquest. They paid taxes to different rulers, but their actual existence remained recognizable. Scholars preserved Persian historical memory. Greek historians wrote extensively about the Achaemenid Empire, often with grudging respect. They recorded Persian customs, beliefs, and achievements. Without these accounts, much of what we know about the empire would be lost. The conquerors became archivists of the conquered, ensuring that Persian history survived even as Persian political power vanished. The fall of the Achaemenid Empire marked the end of an era. For over 2 centuries, Persian kings had shaped the ancient world. They built roads, standardized administration, and created frameworks for governing diverse populations. They demonstrated that vast empires could function through tolerance and efficiency rather than pure coercion. When their empire collapsed, those lessons remained embedded in how people understood power and governance. Alexander's conquest proved that empires could be destroyed quickly. The Achaemenid collapse demonstrated that even sophisticated systems were vulnerable to concentrated force. But the aftermath showed that cultural influence outlasts political power. The Persian Empire fell, but Persian civilization survived, adapted, and eventually flourished again. That duality defines the legacy. Political catastrophe combined with cultural persistence. The dynasty ended violently, but the ideas, institutions, and memories lived on. Future empires borrowed from Achaemenid models. Future rulers invoked Persian precedents. The empire that Alexander destroyed continued shaping history centuries after its collapse. Standing in the ruins of Persepolis today, you can still see the evidence. Massive columns rise against the sky. Stone reliefs depict subjects bringing tribute. Inscriptions proclaim the power of kings long dead. The palace complex Alexander burned testifies to both achievement and destruction. It's a monument to imperial ambition and imperial failure, carved into the Iranian plateau where it all began and ended. The ruins don't tell the whole story. Neither do the inscriptions or the royal tombs carved into cliffsides. What remains of the Achaemenid Empire are fragments, archaeological evidence of something that once seemed permanent. But permanence was always an illusion. Every empire believes it will last forever. None do. The Persian Empire didn't fall because it was destined to fail. It fell because empires are fragile constructions held together by authority, legitimacy, and the belief that the system works. When those elements erode, size becomes a liability rather than an asset. The larger the empire, the harder it falls. And Persia fell hard. What's striking isn't just that it fell, but how quickly the collapse accelerated once it began. Decades of internal decay culminated in less than a decade of military disaster. From the Battle of Granicus in 334 BCE to the death of Darius in 330 BCE, the largest empire the world had ever known simply dissolved. Armies surrendered. Cities opened their gates. Satraps switched allegiances. The machinery of empire ground to a halt. Alexander deserves credit for recognizing the opportunity and exploiting it brilliantly. But the opportunity existed because Persia had already weakened itself. The succession crises, the rebellions, the court intrigues, the erosion of central authority, all of this created vulnerabilities that a determined enemy could exploit. Alexander was that enemy. Had he not existed, someone else might eventually have filled that role. The empire's structural problems weren't going away. Yet declaring Persia weak misses something essential. Even in decline, it fielded massive armies. Even after multiple defeats, it controlled vast territories and enormous wealth. The problem wasn't absolute weakness, it was relative weakness compared to a more cohesive, better-led opponent. Against most enemies, Persia's size and resources would have prevailed. Against Alexander, they weren't enough. The battles themselves tell part of the story. Granicus demonstrated that Persian forces could be defeated by superior tactics and discipline. Issus proved that even when Darius personally commanded, he couldn't match Alexander's battlefield genius. Gaugamela showed that numerical superiority meant nothing without effective command and control. Each defeat compounded the psychological damage, eroding confidence and legitimacy until the empire simply stopped functioning as a unified entity. But battles alone don't explain the collapse. After all, empires have survived military defeats before. Rome lost entire armies and continued fighting. China endured conquests and re-emerged. What made the Achaemenid collapse terminal was the combination of military defeat with institutional failure. The empire lacked mechanisms to survive catastrophic losses at the top. When the king fled, when the royal family was captured, when the treasuries fell, there was no fallback, no senate to continue governance, no alternative power structure. The whole system depended on the king, and when Darius failed, everything failed with him. This dependency was both the empire's strength and its fatal weakness. For 2 centuries, strong kings like Darius I and Xerxes had made the system work through personal authority and administrative competence. But that same centralization meant there were no checks, no redundancies, no way for the empire to function when leadership faltered. Darius III inherited a system designed for competent autocrats. He was neither competent enough nor autocratic enough to make it work. His death marked the formal end, but the empire had effectively ceased to exist before he died. Bessus's attempt to claim the throne was desperate theatre, a final act by someone who didn't understand that legitimacy couldn't be seized at knife point. The Achaemenid dynasty's authority came from centuries of tradition, from divine sanction, from the accumulated prestige of successful rule. Bessus had none of that. Neither did Alexander, technically, but Alexander had something more valuable: victory. The partition of the empire among Alexander's generals confirmed what everyone already knew. The unified Persian Empire was finished. The Diadochi carved up territories based on military control, not administrative logic or cultural unity. The Seleucids got Syria and much of the Iranian plateau. The Ptolemies took Egypt. The Antigonids held Macedonia and Greece. These weren't provinces of a single empire. They were independent kingdoms that happened to share a common origin in Alexander's conquests. Yet within this fragmentation, Persian influence persisted. The Seleucids didn't try to impose purely Greek administration. They couldn't. Governing territories from the Mediterranean to Afghanistan required systems that actually worked, and the only proven systems were Persian. So they adopted satrapy divisions, maintained Persian bureaucratic practices, and incorporated Persian nobles into their administration. They ruled as Persian kings in everything but name. This adoption extended beyond mere pragmatism. Persian culture had prestige. Persian administrative knowledge was valuable. Persian artistic traditions influenced Hellenistic aesthetics. The conquerors absorbed elements of the conquered civilization, not because they were forced to, but because Persian civilization offered sophisticated solutions to problems Greek culture hadn't fully addressed. Language provides clear evidence. While Greek became the language of the elite in Hellenistic kingdoms, Aramaic, the administrative language of the Persian Empire, remained dominant in commerce and local governance. Persian vocabulary infiltrated Greek administrative texts. Legal concepts from Persian law influenced Hellenistic legal codes. You can't erase 2 centuries of institutional development through military conquest. Religious influence proved even more durable. Zoroastrianism didn't disappear with the empire. Fire temples continued operating. Priests maintained traditions. Communities preserved sacred texts. More significantly, Persian religious concepts began influencing the broader religious landscape. Ideas about cosmic dualism, final judgment, and resurrection appeared in Jewish thought during and after the exile. Later, Christian theology showed traces of concepts that originated in Persian religious philosophy. The empire fell, but its ideas spread through the very civilizations that conquered it. Architectural and artistic legacies remained visible for centuries. Hellenistic palaces incorporated Persian design elements. The concept of the royal garden, the paradise, became standard across the Mediterranean world. Persian artistic motifs appeared in Greek sculpture and pottery. Cultural exchange flowed both directions, creating genuine synthesis rather than simple replacement. The Parthian and Sasanian empires that later arose in the Iranian plateau explicitly claimed Achaemenid heritage. They weren't inventing tradition. They were reconnecting with a cultural memory that had never fully disappeared. Persian identity survived political collapse because it was rooted in more than just imperial power. It was embedded in language, religion, social customs, and collective memory. Roman historians studied the fall of Persia as a case study in imperial decline. They saw parallels and warnings. Polybius analyzed how internal division weakened empires. Livy examined how luxury corrupted military virtue. Tacitus worried that Rome might follow the same trajectory. The Persian collapse became a template for understanding imperial vulnerability, influencing Roman political thought for centuries. This intellectual legacy mattered. The question of why great empires fall has obsessed historians, philosophers, and political theorists ever since. The Persian example provided concrete evidence that size and wealth couldn't guarantee survival. That internal cohesion mattered more than external power. That legitimacy was fragile and irreplaceable. These weren't abstract lessons. They shaped how subsequent civilizations understood power, governance, and the inevitable arc of imperial rise and fall. Economic patterns established under the Achaemenids also persisted. Trade routes remained active because they followed geographic logic, not political boundaries. The royal road continued serving as a major commercial artery. Cities founded by Persian kings thrived under new rulers. Irrigation systems built during the empire continued feeding agriculture. Economic infrastructure outlasted political structures because it served practical needs that transcended whoever happened to be in charge. This persistence challenges simplistic narratives of conquest and replacement. The Hellenistic period wasn't purely Greek expansion. It was fusion, messy and uneven, but genuine. Greek military power combined with Persian administrative expertise created hybrid systems that dominated the Near East for centuries. Neither purely Greek nor purely Persian, but something new built on foundations both civilizations had laid. Educational institutions preserved Persian historical memory. Greek scholars wrote extensively about the Achaemenid Empire. They recorded customs, battles, and administrative practices. Herodotus, despite his biases, preserved detailed information about Persian society. Xenophon's accounts of Persian military organization influenced later military theorists. Without these Greek records, much of Persian history would be lost. The conquerors became archivists, ensuring that the memory of what they'd destroyed survived. Modern archaeology has revealed just how sophisticated that destroyed civilization was. Excavations at Persepolis, Susa, and Pasargadae uncovered administrative archives, artistic masterpieces, and engineering marvels. Clay tablets recording mundane tax receipts and supply inventories demonstrated bureaucratic sophistication that rivals modern systems. The empire that fell wasn't some oriental despotism of Western imagination. It was a complex, functional state with remarkable administrative capabilities. The burning of Persepolis symbolized the end of an era, but even that act of destruction was ambiguous. Yes, the palaces burned. Yes, the dynasty ended. But the city itself survived. People continued living there. Persian culture continued evolving. The physical destruction of royal monuments didn't erase the civilization that built them. This resilience points to something fundamental about civilizations versus states. States are political organizations that can collapse suddenly and completely. Civilizations are cultural systems that persist through political changes. The Achaemenid state fell. Persian civilization endured. That distinction matters. It means the fall, as dramatic as it was, represented political discontinuity rather than cultural extinction. Standing in those ruins today, you see evidence of both destruction and continuity. Massive columns still rise against the sky, testament to engineering skill and imperial ambition. Stone reliefs depict subjects bringing tribute, frozen images of a system that once governed millions. Inscriptions proclaim the power of kings, whose names most people no longer recognize. It's simultaneously impressive and haunting, a monument to achievement and to the impermanence of all human endeavors. The fall of the Persian Empire wasn't unique. Every empire eventually falls. Rome would fall. The Ottomans would fall. The British Empire would dissolve. The pattern repeats because empires contain contradictions that eventually become unsustainable. They grow too large to govern effectively. They overextend militarily. They fail to adapt to changing circumstances. They exhaust themselves maintaining systems that no longer serve their original purposes. What distinguishes the Persian fall is how completely it was documented by enemies who then adopted its systems. We know the empire fell because Greeks recorded its collapse in detail. We know its influence persisted because those same Greeks couldn't govern without Persian methods. The fall became a historical lesson precisely because it was so well documented, and because its aftermath was so clearly shaped by what came before. The legacy isn't just historical. Modern Iran explicitly connects itself to the Achaemenid past. Persian identity, suppressed at various points over 2 millennia, repeatedly re-emerges. The empire Darius III lost in 330 BCE continues shaping how people in that region understand themselves. That's not nostalgia. It's cultural continuity across political ruptures. So what actually fell when the Persian Empire fell? A dynasty ended, a political structure collapsed, a system of governance dissolved. But the civilization that created that empire survived, adapted, and influenced everything that came after. The fall was real, traumatic, and decisive. But it wasn't total. Nothing ever is. The Achaemenid Empire ruled for 2 centuries, governed millions, and created administrative systems that outlasted its political existence. It fell to a superior military force led by a brilliant commander at a moment of maximum internal weakness. The combination was fatal. But the fall itself, dramatic as it was, didn't erase what the empire had built. It transformed it, scattered it, and embedded it in the foundations of successor civilizations. Every empire believes it will last forever. The Achaemenids probably believed that too. They built for eternity, carving their achievements into stone, creating systems designed to endure. And in a way, they succeeded. Not the dynasty, not the political structure, but the ideas, the methods, the cultural achievements. Those survived. They're still here, fragments and echoes, but real. The ruins of Persepolis stand as evidence. The empire fell, the civilization endured. That's the paradox and the legacy. Political power is temporary. Cultural influence is harder to kill. The Persian Empire collapsed in 330 BCE. Persian civilization is still shaping the world.